Ready, Peter? You ready?
Yeah.
I'd like to call this public meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order. I'm calling this public meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order. First, perform the roll call. Nils Christofferson cannot be here today. Cindy Deacon-Williams cannot be here today. Joe Justice, here. Jim Kelly, here. Brenda McComb, here. Mike Rose, here. And I'm Tom Imeson, so we have a quorum. A couple of announcements. As a reminder, this public meeting will be live streamed all day, so it would be helpful for those who have electronic devices to silence them for the duration of the meeting. Next, we'll have an executive session pursuant to ORS 192-6602H, starting at 4:15 p.m. The purpose of the session will be to confer with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. We will adjourn the meeting directly after the executive session is done, so we won't be coming back into this room after that. Next, in order to ensure that the board has the opportunity to conduct all of the business on the agenda for its meetings, public comment for agenda items, for agenda topics will be limited to no more than 30 minutes and received upon conclusion of the topic's presentation. A sign-up sheet is available for public comment on a first-come, first-served basis. While we're on this topic, I want to express my apology. The last board meeting, we did not stick with our agenda as we should have. And as chair, I hold myself accountable for that. So we will do better. I particularly apologize to the Dean of the College of Forestry at Oregon State and to people who came here to hear his presentation. So with that, the next item for us is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve consent items A through D?
So moved.
Moved, seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion carries. And we'll now go to the state forester for his comments.
Thank you, Tom. I'm going to take a moment to recognize Dennis Richardson, Oregon's 26th Secretary of State, who passed away on Tuesday, February 26th. A state funeral will be held today at 2 p.m. at the Oregon State Capitol building in Salem. And prior to the service, Secretary Richardson's body will lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda to allow members of the public to pay their respects. From his service in Vietnam as a combat pilot to his 30-year legal career in 19 years in public service, he found great joy in serving and taking care of others. As Secretary of State, Dennis was fiercely dedicated to accomplishing the work Oregonians elected him to do. He focused on transparency, accountability, and backed that focus with an uncompromising work ethic. I ask you for a moment of silence to honor his service. Thank you. It's been a busy 2 months since January when we last met, including a governor's executive order on fire, the third Cultivating Change reception in Portland, the start of the legislative session and our budget presentation at that legislature. And I will close out with an update on shared stewardship. On January 30th, Governor Kate Brown signed an executive order creating a council on wildfire response. The council is charged with evaluating the current large fire response system and making recommendations for improvements. Topics to be considered include wildfire funding, response on protected, underprotected, and unprotected lands, wildfire smoke, assistance for communities affected by wildfire, and prevention, treatment, and cost containment of wildfires. The department will be providing support for the council, which has already begun to organize. We're working with the governor's office and the council's chair, Matt Donegan, and the first meeting of the council is scheduled for March 18th at the World Forestry Center. The focus of this meeting will really be on defining the problem for the council. And if most of you are in this room, you know what the problem is. For the council, I think, because it's being comprised of a broad range of Oregon's leaders, they won't have that kind of fundamental background. These leaders will represent healthcare organizations, power companies, insurance, industry, cities, counties, tribes, large and small forest landowners, among others. About 18 to 20 leaders in Oregon will be on the council. The governor's office is planning to release the names of the members this Friday. So the council is essentially leaders of Oregon, and it will be staffed by 3 committees. And they've been described various ways. The simplest way I heard was before fire, during fire, and after fire. But they're called mitigation, suppression, and community recovery. And this structure creates a really unique opportunity for elevating the focus on our forest and fire protection. And the mitigation committee can provide support and recommendations under the shared stewardship agreement, particularly focused on wildfire-prone regions. The suppression committee can build support for a sustainable organization in response to the severe fire seasons, the fire program review, Secretary of State audit, and the work on the agency initiative. And the community recovery committee can develop and sort of formalize their approach taken after the Eagle Creek and Chetco Bar fires of 2017, standing up state agencies to help communities recover. I joined in February. Yeah, it is March now, right?
It is March.
I joined other agricultural and forestry leaders in co-hosting the 3rd Portland reception of the Cultivating Change Foundation. Other co-hosts include Alexis Taylor, who's the director of Oregon Department of Agriculture, Dave Dillon, Agricultural Association Executive, Christina McNitt, President of Oregon Forest and Industry Council, Scott Reed, Vice Provost and Director of OSU Extension Service, Travis Joseph, President and CEO of American Forest Resource Council, Christopher Elliott, Program Leader of Outdoor School, and Anthony Davis, Interim Dean of OSU College of Forestry. The foundation's mission is to value and elevate lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals in the agricultural industry through advocacy, education, and community. The foundation was formed as an extension of a inaugural Cultivating Change Summit in Atlanta. The summit started a long overdue conversation to acknowledge and value the presence of LGBT individuals in the agricultural industry. The summit's now an annual agricultural industry conference that brings together LGBT individuals and their allies from around the country. I was pleased to once again join these leaders to support the foundation's mission. This mission aligns with our values of diversity, equity, and inclusion in all aspects of our business, and our vision to encourage and value employees, provide a safe working environment, and allow employees to reach their full potential in providing public service. It is inspiring to work with other leaders on creating positive change for the LGBTQ individuals who are passionate about agriculture and forest products industry, and ensuring that all individuals have the right to just and fair inclusion in society in which all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. So, you know, you always think about meetings, you always think I got to drive to Portland, but this one is just a real inspiring one. So the 2017 state legislature convened on January 22nd, and we've been working with the divisions and programs to track bills, and there's quite a few of them. We have a legislative team assembled in Salem. We're doing bill analysis and preparing executive team members as they engage with legislatures. We have already presented 2 informational hearings, one on the agency as a whole and one on sudden oak death program. And we're preparing for 2 more, one on the Forest Practice Act and another on forest ecosystem carbon stocks and flows that should, I think they're coming next week. So it's been, it's just like a new fire season for us. Last week, we presented the department's work and budget to the Ways and Means Natural Resource Subcommittee. We provided the committee a brief overview of Oregon's forest and discussed the board and the Department of Forestry, including some of our key challenges and opportunities. We identified the challenge of increasingly severe and complex fire seasons as the single greatest risk to the agency. Our primary emphasis was we're describing our core programs, and we closed with a summary of the governor's recommended budget. We did this all in 3 hours. It seemed to go well, but then I was giving the presentation, so you may wish to check with others. There was a strong interest in fire protection. We had set up a 27-minute presentation that took over an hour to get through on fire protection. There were quite a few questions. There's actually quite a few new committee members that aren't familiar with forestry, and we are following up and with them and further building understanding of our agency. We also had great turnout for public comment despite the snow. Representative Marsh came and indicated that she's working on a package of support for sustainable organization based off our initiative. Glenn Casamasa, the regional forester, came and spoke in support of federal forest restoration and highlighted our work on shared stewardship. And there was quite a range of partner organizations from the full spectrum, all supporting the department, which was really nice to see. And I can't thank you all individually, but I'll thank you collectively for those that showed up and provided testimony. Related to our budget, and given the challenging fire season and bad losses in the catastrophic insurance policy business, we had concerns about our wildfire insurance policy. And so both ODF, DAS, and the Emergency Fire Cost Committees sent representatives to meet in person with our underwriters. It seemed prudent to do. We have received a quote for this year's insurance policy. The policy is the same, $25 million of coverage with a $50 million deductible. The total estimated cost is about $3.7 million. The premium itself is $3.65 million, which is a 5% increase over last year's premium, which is pretty good given the market. We have till April 1 to notify Department of Administrative Services to go ahead and purchase the policy. The Emergency Fire Costs Committee met yesterday and unanimously recommended that we proceed with the purchasing of the policy. So we need to initiate a request for $1.865 million or our 50% of the policy deductible. We met yesterday with the Senate co-chairs of the Ways and Means to ensure alignment because we'll have to make this request, we'll have to make the decision prior to having formal approval of the money. And they agreed with the recommendation to purchase the policy. So we're moving forward with that. And I'll close with shared stewardship. As I shared with you at the January meeting, the Secretary of Agriculture recently unveiled a new strategy aimed at getting more work done on our federal forests. The strategy is called shared stewardship, and it gives states more of a say in prioritizing and implementing active management. And it has three core elements: determining management needs on a state level, determining the right work in the right places at the right scale, and using all available tools for active management. ODF and the Forest Service have a long history of collaboration, starting with fire protection in state and private forestry and continuing through our federal forest restoration and good neighbor authority work. We feel that shared stewardship is a good way to institutionalize and grow Oregon's collaborative approach to increasing the pace, scale, and quality of forest restoration. We are developing a long-term agreement that defines the principles by which the Forest Service in Oregon will operate. Oregon's principles include an open, transparent, and inclusive process, frequent communication that builds and sustains durable relation among agency partners and stakeholders, and adaptive management, experimenting, learning, and implementing. Oregon is developing themes to guide strategic priorities and investments. Initial thinking on some of the themes includes an initial focus on fire-prone forest and ecosystems of the eastern and south western Oregon, emphasizing restoration of around communities at highest risk of wildfire, especially underserved communities, including rural Oregon. Builds on Oregon's collaborative approach by setting statewide priorities at the appropriate scale to empower local collaboratives and communities to develop locally based solutions. Identifying strategies and needs on both public and private land, so continuing our all lands approach, recognizing communities with capacity and or a track record for success and innovation, and incorporates adaptation and mitigation responses to climate change. One key difference in opportunity and shared stewardship is a focus on outcome-based performance measures rather than outputs to demonstrate success or failure. And some of the key outcomes we are focused on include healthy and resilient forest ecosystems, vibrant local communities, and healthy watersheds and functional aquatic habitat. So we'll need to develop appropriate metrics for measuring these outcomes at the right scale, and an accountability approach by which we can gauge progress and adjust the approach accordingly. Oregon is posed to fully utilize this strategy, in part due to our federal forest restoration program and our network of strong local collaborative groups. And I'll remind the board that our federal forest restoration and our support for collaboratives emerged out of a subgroup that you started many years ago. And it's really great leadership that has put us where we are today. Oregon's federal forest program is unique due to the state's commitment to being a financial partner. And without that support, we could not support our local forest collaboratives, who are critical to maintaining the social license and growing the scope of this work. I know that was a lot, but and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions or any comments from board members? Thank you. Next, we do have some public comment on items that aren't on our agenda today. So for people, I'll call you all up at once. Ray Monroe, Mary Skurlock, Jason Gonzalez, and Claire Clark.
Chair Imerson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. I'm Ray Monroe from the Tillamook County Soil and Water Conservation District. We're a special district or political subdivision of the state. I'm here to provide you with information on how the Oregon Forest Practices Act relates to the Tillamook County Soil Water Conservation District, specifically to the revenues received to do our projects. I'm not quite sure, my board's not quite sure you ever heard about what we all do in this venue. So the Forest Practices Act is a conservation and adaptive plan to provide special districts in our county with money for forest harvest. That money is used to implement projects or inform the public of best managed practices that improve water quality. My voice is cracked. It's because you guys are up here to me now instead out in the hall. So what we do, the SWCD sponsors activities that repair, restore, maintain, and enhance the natural environment within Tillamook County. The district has operated under the premise that locally led conservation fosters land and resource stewardship for all users of natural resources in Tillamook County. The focus on resource management issues has evolved to provide information, education, technical and financial assistance to all stakeholders within our county. That's why we don't get a lot of revenues, but the revenues we get are matched out and leveraged 1 to 4 times, becomes a significant lot of money for a small district. We help with flood control. We help landowners and managers draft and implement conservation plans. We teach young people about natural resources and why they must be protected. We plant trees and other land cover to hold soils in place. We provide information and implement the North Coast Water Quality Management Area Plan, which was the Senate Bill 1010 plan in 1995. I'm sure you guys know all this personally. We join forces with many other partners to enhance the quality of the watersheds and the quality and quantity of water. And we also help with NRCS that provide forest management plans to our local forestry people in Tillamook County. The correlation between the district and the forest plan is you have buffers, we have buffers. You plant trees, we plant trees. You address sedimentation, we address sedimentation. You control soils and runoff, we control soils and runoff. You provide shade for downstream salmon migration, we provide shade for downstream salmon migration. You want cool, clean water, and we want cool, clean water. I'm going about this backwards because I know I only have 3 minutes. So my project summary totals for my fence and repairing and planting with our agriculture community in Tillamook from 95 to date is actually we have like 300 miles of livestock exclusionary fencing. Once again, using these dollars that come in from our forest harvest. And not only that, but other grants. I'm personally responsible for planting 917,000 native trees and shrubs. With the other groups in our county, we're at 1.3 million now along our streams and rivers and our riparian areas that actually is protected by our county. 25 miles of off-stream watering, 142 nose pumps, 8 livestock crossings, and over 200 volunteer landowner participating. The additional things I do with that money, which people really don't realize the district does, is my education and outreach started with the Tillamook and Nestucca Connection students, our Oregon Youth Corps, our K through 12 in the county, Camp Tillamook, landowners, watershed councils, and various organizations. I started in 2007, joining the 4th grade forestry program. The major goal of this program is to revitalize observation of Arbor Day in American schools on the official Arbor Day proclaimed in our state, which is the first week of April. To send every 4th grader home with a tree of their own to plant and care for. To support employment of workers with disabilities. To bring schools, private individuals, businesses, and organizations together to have a direct positive impact on the urban forest and their communities. So each tree that we have is individually packaged for distribution by workers with disabilities. And we pass those out once a year in April, right after we do the Clean Water Festival. Picture of our kids as well. I'm getting quick. Also distributed to the 5th graders in Tillamook County is a book that's published by NRCS called For the Good of the People. They take it home and read it and they regurgitate it and they send it back and we hear it from all. It talks about farmers as stewards of the land, a day in the life of a dairy cow, topsoil and erosion, controlling erosion, and how controlling erosion reduces nutrients and pesticides that pollute our waters and resources. We also started our own nursery back in 1996 with the Youth Authority, and we had to help those guys over there and paid them monies out of this to put in their bank account so that when they got out of basically prison, they had monies to go forth. We taught them how to plant trees, harvest trees, install water lines, the whole 9 yards. Also, the Job School Mayor Program, one student can, from the schools, contact and go to work with me out in the field, and then he has to go back and see what he's learned. He doesn't only have to tell it to his teachers, he has to go in front of the whole school at a lunch hour and present exactly what he learned on what's going on in the agricultural and timber communities in our county. So having said that, I'll finish. The bottom line is we need working lands, and the forest and the agriculture community are working lands that can complement each other very respectably. Thank you guys for your time and your service. I appreciate it.
This gentleman next to me has been very busy. Morning, my name is Mary Skurlock, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. I'm going to raise this morning two issues that are the subjects of ongoing dialogue with department staff that I thought it was time I shared at the board level. And those two issues have to do with debris torrent streams and approvals of alternate practices on steep and erosion-prone slopes and high landslide hazard locations. The first issue I'm going to provide some background on. The importance of wood delivery to fish streams from debris torrents was highlighted by the independent multidisciplinary science team's 1999 report on salmon and forest practices, and in the 2000 recommendations of the Forest Practices Advisory Committee. A 2001 amendment to the Forest Practices Act added ORS 527-676 authorization for the state forester to direct the wildlife leaf trees required for clear cuts be left within 50 feet of up to 500 feet of certain type N stream reaches that would deliver to F streams. Debris torrent streams are defined in that legislation generally to include channels and confining slopes that drain watersheds containing high landslide hazard locations that are of sufficient confinement and channel gradient to allow shallow, rapid landslide movement. Subsequently, the department finalized an implementing rule in 2007 and developed more specific screening criteria in 2008, which were applied using 10-meter DEM data to develop maps. So far as we know, there has been no scrutiny of these criteria in the interim, nor have the maps been revised using higher resolution LiDAR. Well, last fall, the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition retained Dr. Dan Miller to compare the models developed by Miller and Burnett 2007 with ODF's debris torrent streams in the Siletz Basin. A summary of this analysis is attached to the testimony I've provided. Our analysis in summary found that the ODF designated reaches comprise only 1.1% of all potential debris torrent stream reaches on private forest lands in the Siletz, and 0% of those that deliver to high intrinsic potential coho reaches. The results indicate to us that the ODF criteria do not identify either enough reaches or the right reaches to make an ecologically significant contribution to wood loading in fish-bearing reaches, which is the ostensible purpose of clumping trees along these streams. What I'd like to share with you is our intention to continue working with the department to develop a monitoring work plan related to debris torrent streams. This would involve consideration of the information we've already provided, as well as available literature and expertise to establish a clearer ecological objective for debris torrent-prone non-fish streams. These questions, we'd like to point out, relate directly to at least two high-priority effectiveness questions already in the ODF monitoring strategy regarding protection of headwater streams and the effectiveness of leaf tree requirements. It is time, in our estimation, to dedicate monitoring resources to developing recommendations to improve identification and protection of these streams, particularly given that protection of type N streams has been flagged as a deficiency in forest practices rules under the coastal zone management statutes and salmon recovery plans. So we'll keep you posted on ongoing discussions around that issue. As you consider the monitoring information coming to you this spring, it may be that we can link that issue to the Western Oregon Wood Project or similar approach. The second issue I'm going to just very briefly flag, which is the approval of plans for alternate practices to waive existing rule prohibitions that would limit the location of skid trails within 100 feet of stream channels on steep and erosion-prone slopes, and the operation of ground-based equipment, tethered ground-based equipment on high landslide hazard locations. Over the last several months, the coalition has raised concerns with department staff as to whether the department is acting within its authority in routinely approving exceptions to two important rule prescriptions through plans for alternate practices. In our estimation, the applications for alternate practice approval require some further scrutiny to determine whether that we are able to make the findings necessary to support those individual plan approvals, particularly given that we have at this juncture, I'm informed, approved well over 70 exceptions to existing rules. And the reasons for our concerns are both legal and technical. I'm not going to go into them today. I simply wanted to alert the board that we are in dialogue with the department about what the approval standard is and whether there is a technical basis to demonstrate that the standard is met. It is possible that board oversight would be appropriate on this issue, and we urge you to consider whether it would be of interest to request a demonstration of how these routinely approved alternate plans are protecting waters of the state better than the rule prescriptions, particularly given NOAA and EPA findings that current forest practice rules are inadequate to protect waters of the state from forest operations on headwater streams and landslide-prone areas. It is hard for our coalition to understand how the department can justify relaxing existing rule prescriptions in these sensitive and protected areas. But that is exactly what the department is doing. In this context, we recommend intensive monitoring of the numerous already approved operations. Thanks very much.
Good morning, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. Thanks for having us today. Hope everyone survived the ice and snow all right. I guess we've got more coming. It's loads of fun when we're out in the woods. I'm here briefly today, this morning, to talk to you really quickly about the Ferns notification system, which I've been here in the past bringing up. I'm here on behalf of Oregon Wild, or statewide conservation nonprofit for which I work, where we represent about 20,000 members and supporters. But who I'm really here representing today are the folks who I consider my constituency, who I'm geographically responsible for organizing with, that are focused in areas from about Port Orford to Astoria and the coast and coast range, including the folks in my neighborhood where I live, where we're in the heart of industrial forest lands, surrounded by industrial forest land owners and quite a bit of Oregon Department of Forestry land as well. There's a little bit of BLM land in there. I just wanted to first of all thank the board and the state forester and the department for running the Fern system, for creating the Fern system as an accessible place for me and my neighbors to be able to get information about ongoing forest operations now free of charge, as opposed to the way that it used to be, and recognize the development and the success of the steps that we've taken so far with this program. But I want to continue drawing attention to the shortfalls, the shortcomings of the system that users continue to highlight on a regular basis. And in order to do that, I just want to talk quickly about a couple of issues that people continuously tell me they have. For some context here, I actually give workshops all over the coast and coast range for people on how to use the Fern system. ODF staffers have regularly attended our workshops in several of the districts around the state, and ODF itself is only able to provide limited community resources. I do want to recognize how helpful they've been when we do have questions or need information. But so I deal with people in the hundreds, just myself, on helping people use the system, on answering their questions and walking them through it when they have trouble with online systems. And there's a number of things that they've really taken issue with, as far as how different notifications are sorted out and the kinds of information we get and whether or not it's actually usable. Those concerns have been submitted to this board in writing on more than one occasion through email from me and others, so I'm not going to go in and elaborate on them and take up too much of your time this morning, but I do want to continue drawing attention to that. And I have a quick example that just yesterday I received a notification. One of the specific things we've asked for is to separate things like county-wide roadside spraying out from things like backpack spraying and aerial spraying of herbicides. Even the folks that I work with who aren't concerned about the use of herbicide on the landscape would really like the ability to easily monitor the use of helicopters near their homes that are spraying things when they don't know what's going on. And I recently got a countywide roadside spray. It was called East Lane Spray. It showed up in subscriptions that I have in Florence, Triangle Lake, Walton, and the Eugene area. And the information that I got from that was a small orange dot in far East Lane County and nothing more from that. What I'm actually trying to monitor is helicopter use around my home. And this is exactly the kind of thing that we're asking to make more usable, more approachable. It has nothing to do with use of herbicides on the landscape, but the ability of us to understand what's going on around our homes, because we often can't get that information from the operators. So I'd just like to draw your attention to those written concerns that have arrived to this board and the agency in the past, and ask that we figure out a way to look at this more closely, rather than need to take these kinds of concerns to the legislature. Thank you.
Chair Imeson, members of the board, Forester Doherty, Claire Clock from Multnomah County. And this is a preliminary comment. We know that federal, state, and private lands are all mixed to make a forest on a landscape. And we've been hearing recently about cutting on federal lands to increase early successional forest on federal lands. While traveling down from Seattle the other day, I saw the snow-covered hills of the Chehalem Mountains with new clear cuts and young forest. You see it on both sides of the Willamette Valley, and you see it in the Coast Range. The timber industry is pushing for this cutting on the early successional forest. I would respond to that by saying that the vast majority of private lands is already early successional forest and in disproportion to later succession on a total landscape basis. I'm the first to advocate thinning of forest for forest health, for fire protection and manage and maximum growth when fire isn't an option. I hope by the next meeting that I'll have the numbers to either validate or invalidate my comments that I've just made. Thank you.
Now move to agenda item 2, the College of Forestry's Dean's Research Initiative.
There we go. Good morning, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Lena Tucker, Private Forest Division Chief. So while they're getting the slide deck going and prepared, it's just my pleasure to be able to introduce Jeff Huntington and Dr. Jim Rivers. And they are going to provide a summary and update of OSU's Dean's Research Initiative on the Oregon Marbled Murrelet Project. I'm really pleased that they could reschedule their time and join us today. And I hope you'll find this very interesting. And I guess a bonus is that they've got some updated information over the past couple of months. So again, thank you, gentlemen. I'm so glad you're able to join us.
And notwithstanding the fact that we do get some additional information by your coming here today, I don't think you were here earlier today, but we really apologize for the fact that you'd have to return and that we didn't get this.
There were intense conversations happening that day that were very important. We understood. So, and the dean sends his regrets for not being here today and is trying to schedule another time to come back and talk more about some of the collaboration that we see on the horizon and some of the interesting research things that are going on at the university. For the record, I'm Jeff Huntington. I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives for the College of Forestry. I work for the Dean of the College on large-scale projects and initiatives that we're undertaking and just help see them through on the execution. And I'm here today basically just to set the stage so that you can hear from Dr. Jim Rivers, who's our guy that's on point for the Murrelet project. This is a Dean's Research Initiative, which has a special category for us because it really means that it's at a scale, both in terms of the length of time and the dollars being invested, that we pay a lot of special attention to this project and others like it that we undertake on occasion. And because of that, we also do a little bit of extra work to make sure that we've got some oversight on the project that you might be interested in knowing about. This first slide shows the members of our team, or at least the names of the members of our team. And I push, you go ahead. We're going to try to push it forward, see if we can
Help us on the way.
help us on the way. We've got some great slides for you today, and I'm going to get out of the way so that you can see them here. The science team, we have 4 university faculty members that are on the science team. and have a lot of experience in some different facets that are relevant to the project. In addition, on a Dean's Research Initiative, we look to establish a scientific advisory committee that is outside the university with expertise that the team that is running the project can check in on and do some planning and peer review along the way as the project's being implemented. And you can see who we have on this project that's also engaged. And then we have worked closely with a stakeholder advisory group that we put together at the very inception. This project was funded in the 2015 legislative session and is expected to go on for about a decade. So we have been checking in twice a year with this project advisory committee, partially to make sure that the trajectory of the project continues to be relevant, that the deliverables, as best we are able, are timely to ongoing needs and discussions around some of the policy issues that arise, and that we can adjust the trajectory of the project to continue to be relevant over time. And that is all in the context of this fitting into what we call the Institute for Working Forest Landscapes at the College of Forestry and Oregon State University. In 2014, we created a new research institute that was developed that was created to develop adaptive forest management techniques that really focused on integrating social, ecological, and economic objectives at a landscape level. And the Institute was founded on the premise that individuals and community livelihoods are intimately linked to the health and the productivity of surrounding landscapes, regardless of ownership boundaries, and that we need, as the university, to develop and test new active management models that bridge public and private forest lands in support of sustainable economic, biological, social conditions that are the signature characteristics of healthy working landscapes. So we have an oversight board, and the dean will talk to you a little bit more about that board, I think, when he comes back to visit. But we really focus with this oversight board on developing research projects that really focus in on 4 key areas: resilient ecosystems, intensively managed forests, healthy people and communities, and competitive and innovative products. And we see the linkages between those 4 corner points or foundational pieces to research that's really going to be delivered by the college, that is not only providing credible science, but is highly relevant and hopefully very timely to some of the big discussions that are happening in the state. This project fits squarely in that category of projects for us, and it's important for us to make sure we're sharing along the way. So Jim is available to you anytime for any kind of consultation on it over the next number of years. I'll turn it over to Jim now.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to share with you the work that we've been doing on the project. And as Jeff said, this is a long-term project that is really hitting its stride, I think it's fair to say. And the starting point for this work, as you all know, is the marbled murrelet. And this is a species of seabird that is really unique relative to other species of seabirds. Here in North America, it's found throughout the Pacific Ocean, from the Aleutians all the way down to Central California. And of course, here in Oregon, as well as in Washington, California, this is a species listed under the Endangered Species Act. And in terms of how murrelets make their living, they are a seabird, so that means they get all of their food from the ocean. They're generalists in the sense that they eat different types of forage fish species, but also invertebrates. During the breeding season, forage fish are really critical for this species, however, though, because when they deliver food to their nestling, what they do is they bring in a whole fish at a time. We don't have any evidence that they use invertebrates. So that becomes important, as we'll see in a little bit. We don't have good data on how long murrelets live, but based on other members of the auk family in which they're found, we suspect that they may be living 15 to 20 years. So they're long-lived species. And we know that they only lay 1 egg per nesting attempt. And what that means from a recovery standpoint is that population recruitment is very slow, and at most, a single pair will raise 1 chick a year if that nest survives. What makes murrelets unique, though, is that they're a seabird, and they spend a lot of time in the ocean, but they move inland to nest. And we have records here in Oregon of birds moving more than 40 miles inland. And what murrelets are doing, as best we understand, is trying to disperse across the landscape so they reduce the risk of predation to their nests. And so this is a shot taken from the Cape Perpetua area. Murrelets are moving into these sites. They're looking for large trees with large limbs on which they can place their nest. And it turns out murrelets don't build a nest as much as they create a nest scrape on a large horizontal limb with a lot of moss and substrate in which the female can lay her egg. So murrelets move into these areas, and finding their nest becomes a real challenge when you think about 40 miles of coastal forest to start looking for these birds. Why is this so important in terms of our coastal forests and their management? Well, it turns out that for recovering murrelets, it's really critical that we have nest data. Not only do we need to know how successful birds are, but we also need to understand the mortality agents that cause nests to fail. And having that information allows us to potentially mitigate or manage those mortality agents. Based on the Northwest Forest Plan, we have the potential for more than 6.5 million acres of nesting habitat for murrelets in the state. But prior to our study, there were only 29 active nests located in the state. And that's important because, again, if we're trying to understand how successful birds are on average and what sort of causes of failure are occurring to their nests, we really need to have a better sample of nests. And that's where our project comes in. The Oregon Marbled Murrelet Project is a long-term research initiative from the College of Forestry to better understand the species, better understand what it needs in terms of its nesting habitat in our coastal forests. We've set up this project to have 3 different study objectives at the current time. All of these are tied together with this same goal of better understanding terrestrial habitat use of murrelets. The first objective is what we call our landscape level modeling piece. And here we're looking at murrelets as well as what we think are their key nest predators. That's jays, ravens, and crows, which we collectively refer to as corvids. And what we've been able to do, working with a couple of postdoctoral researchers in our research group, we've been able to amass data from Oregon, Washington, and California that are literally tens of thousands of surveys where birds have been surveyed for in inland sites. We also have been able to get the at-sea distribution data, which tells us where birds are, and those are the data that are used for understanding population change through time. And we can also get information about nest predators, and we can take all of those data sets together and combine them in a way to start asking broad-scale questions about murrelets. And the important thing to note about this component is it's our first component because it doesn't require any field work for us. We can basically use information that's already available in the literature and in many cases in unpublished data sets. At the current time, we have a couple of papers that are in progress. What we're able to do is look at things like murrelet abundance and distribution, look at changes in habitat over time, as well as changes in climate and those different nest predators that we think are important based on previous studies, as well as looking at things like habitat loss and fragmentation in murrelets. So this is an ongoing study. Joe Northrup was our postdoc. He moved on to a permanent position. And at the current time, Dr. Sophie Garcia Harris has taken the lead from him. So this is an active part of what we're doing. The second component of our research is a pilot study to try and better understand how murrelets select nesting sites. And what we know about birds in forests is that they typically use structure to try and determine where they're going to be nesting. So a murrelet wouldn't be looking for a nest in a clear cut because they require large trees. And that sort of structural piece is easy to measure. It's something that we often think about. But for many species of birds, including seabirds, we also know that there is a piece to their habitat selection, which we refer to as social attraction, or in some cases, conspecific attraction. In short, other members of that species may give information about whether a nesting site is a good location to set up shop. So we've been piloting some work with this where we're working with a private robotics company in Corvallis. We've developed what you see here in the lower, on the left-hand side of the screen, a playback recording device, which allows us to broadcast murrelet vocalizations and then record whether or not there are responses to those vocalizations. And to date, what we've been finding is that there does seem to be a role of social cues in terms of murrelets moving into areas. We've surveyed sites that were previously considered unoccupied, and by playing some of the playback vocalizations, we've been able to document that birds are moving into these areas. This is not a key part of what we're doing, but what it allows us to do is better understand how these birds are functioning on the landscape, and in a sense, if we have areas that we do find that are unoccupied and we want to try and recruit murrelets to those areas, this may be one way in which we can do that. Where we spend most of our time on this project, most of our resources, is looking at the intensive demographic monitoring piece where we want to quantify reproductive success. And we do this, as we'll see in a minute, by capturing birds on the ocean and then tracking them into their inland nest sites. And as I mentioned earlier, nest success and population recruitment really is one of the limiting factors in terms of data that we need to manage the species better. So that is kind of first and foremost what we get from this part of our project, but we get a lot more. We actually can leverage the data that we get from capturing and tagging birds. One thing that we're able to do is look at how these birds are using terrestrial habitats, and in particular where they're selecting nest sites. Nest site selection occurs at several different levels in the landscape, on the scale of the stand, on the scale of the tree, and we can start looking at where nest sites are relative to where birds may not be nesting, and start to understand better where these birds are, how far they may be nesting from the ocean, and associated factors that tie into that nest site selection piece. We also know that merlets are birds of two worlds. It's important to have a good marine system for them during the breeding season, as well as a terrestrial environment. And so we can actually look at the interactions of birds during the nesting season to see where they're nesting and where they're moving to in terms of these foraging areas, and whether or not there may be particularly important areas along the coast that we would refer to as a foraging hotspot, that we can start piecing together the interactions between those two systems, which, as we'll see in a moment, is quite important. And then the last thing that we do with each bird that we capture, we're able to get individual level data about health parameters. We look at these birds very closely. We take morphological measurements, we take blood samples. All of this allows us to get a sense of how the birds are doing, what sort of prey items they're eating, and ultimately we're able to take blood samples and bank those into a cooler that we can use down the road to look at population genetic pieces, and start working with other researchers in other parts of their range to try and tell the full story. So that's kind of a high-level view of the project, and it kind of speaks to the three different components that we have. What I want to do now is shift gears a little bit and talk about that third piece, and really talk about how we find nests, because that becomes a real challenge, not only for us on the ground, but also for getting high-quality data. I think it's safe to say that the merlet is probably the most difficult bird to work with, or maybe challenging bird is a better way to say that, of all the birds that we have here in Oregon. So to find nests in the forest, we don't actually start in the forest, we start on the ocean. And the reason for that is we want to have an unbiased sample of birds, and we don't want to start by assuming that birds are going to be in one particular habitat or another. So by going out in the ocean and tagging birds, we don't know whether a given bird is going to be going into a state forest or private forest or a federal forest. So we leave out of Newport. We do this in the late spring, right prior to the breeding season, so late April and into May. And we leave Newport, we go out for the night, and we spend that night looking for birds on the water. The last couple of years, we've used the Pacific Storm. This is a great research vessel that has given us an opportunity to work on these birds. We refer to it as the mothership. It's where most of the action happens. Once we get out onto the water, we either go north or south depending on the weather. And the first thing that we do once it gets dark is we offload a Zodiac. This Zodiac is 14 feet long, and we somehow sandwich 3 researchers into that Zodiac, and their job for the entire night is to look for merlets in the nearshore zone. I've referred to these as the Navy SEALs of the ornithological world, because they are out there in the nearshore environment, which in all seriousness is an incredibly risky place to be. They're literally putting their lives at risk by doing this, but they're the best in the world. These, our researchers, our colleagues have more than 5 decades of experience capturing birds in the water, have caught thousands of birds, and they're really, really effective at capturing birds when they're there. So we sit on the mothership and we wait for those birds to come back, and sure enough, within half an hour or so after that boat leaves, they come back with a bird, and we start processing it. The first thing we do is we look over that bird, we make sure it's a healthy bird, that we can undertake these morphological measurements and consider tagging. If it's not healthy, we release it right away. What we've found is that very few birds are in that category. So almost all of the birds that we capture, we're able to take some measurements from. We attach a uniquely numbered aluminum band to the bird's leg. That allows us to follow up if that bird is captured or recovered at any point in time. We can know when it was captured and who captured it and where. We also, as I mentioned earlier, we take blood samples and all kinds of different measurements about the bird's health. And if the bird is of sufficient size, we then put on a small VHF tracking tag. This tracking tag has a small battery in it. It lasts about 90 days. Sometimes we get a little bit more than that if we're lucky. And this tracking tag gives off a constant pinging sound in the very high frequency range that the birds can't hear and we can't hear, but we can use receivers to dial into where that bird is. And each bird gets a uniquely different frequency with its particular tag. So we can monitor multiple birds at different times and know where those birds are. All of this takes place very rapidly. Our permit allows us to handle these birds for no more than an hour. And so we've been able to get this process down to about 35 minutes from the time we first capture that bird to the time that we release it. And believe it or not, this is the easy part of doing the tracking piece, because once we have the birds released with the tracking tags, we then have to monitor them within this very large marine environment. The first thing we do is we have a small army of field technicians who are at the ready, anywhere from 10 to 15 techs we have each summer. And what they do is they blanket the coast almost every morning from Pacific City to Florence, a 75-mile stretch of coast. And at each of our predetermined telemetry stations, they're listening for all of the birds that we have tagged to date. And they are taking information about where those birds are and where they're moving through time. As I said, we've got 90 days of a battery life on these tags, so we can see where the birds are moving from May to June and July, and sometimes even beyond that. What we're really listening for, though, is the signature movements of birds from the marine environment into the terrestrial environment. And so if we hear a bird that's on the water on Monday and it's missing on Tuesday, but it's back on Wednesday, it's missing on Thursday, that suggests that that bird is starting to move inland. And it turns out that murrelets are equal opportunity parents, males and females sharing the incubation duties, and they incubate for 24 hours at a time. So once we have that signature on-off pattern, we suspect that that bird that's tagged is probably nesting. And then we get up with our fixed-wing aircraft and we start looking for that bird in the coast range. And usually within a day or two of looking for that bird, we can narrow down that location to part of a stand. And at that point, the next step is for that ground crew who's been doing the marine telemetry to move into the forest and start looking for that bird and trying to narrow down where that potential nest tree is. Fortunately for us, the murrelets sit on that nest all day. They don't move from that nest site, so we have a fixed location where that beacon is basically giving off that signal. Turns out that's not always the easiest thing to do because murrelets nest high in trees, and as I mentioned earlier, they don't build a nest. So you don't, unless you're really, really lucky, you don't see the nest from the ground. So we do a lot of reconnaissance, listening for that tag. But as you can see from this picture, when you're in a stand that is a potential nest stand, there's lots of interference from signals. And if you've ever tried telemetry tracking, it's really hard to narrow down that signal. So we do the best we can. We get it down to one tree or perhaps 2 or 3 trees. And then the next step in this process is to go out with a group anywhere from 3 to 6 technicians in the pre-dawn hours. We get in locations where we can see the sky, and then we wait for the birds to come into that potential nest site. So imagine looking for a bird that's the size of a dove that flies very quietly. It doesn't call when it flies. You might hear its wing feathers, and it flies about 65 miles an hour, and it flies into this nest site under the cover of darkness, and then its partner leaves within about 10 or 15 seconds. So if you drop your pencil and you're not paying attention, you may actually miss that incubation exchange, and that's critical. So we have people on the ground watching for that exchange, and usually it takes us 3 or 4 days before we can finally narrow it down to that particular tree where the nest is. At that point, we have a canopy ecologist that we work closely with. He climbs an adjacent tree, puts up a Zoom video camera that runs 24/7, and we monitor that nest until it's finished. So we get information about parents coming in and incubating, feeding chicks, and then we also get information about what causes the nest to fail if it does fail. So that is a little bit of background on just how we do the field work. And I think it's safe to say that this is a challenging endeavor. And it's part of the reason why it hasn't been done is because it is such a complex research project, and there's so many different working parts. What I want to do now is share with you the results that we've had over the last couple of seasons. We've had 135 birds that we've been able to radio tag in 2017 and 2018, which was a big success for us because we weren't sure how successful we would be capturing birds in the open ocean conditions. Oregon's very different from some of the other areas where murrelet biologists have worked. And so in 2017, we tagged 61 birds, and we were excited about the prospects of nests, and we sat back and our technicians were listening intently for the movement of the birds in and out of the forest. We listened intently, and we listened and we listened. And it turns out none of those 61 birds moved inland to nesting sites. And that was unprecedented because we haven't had a murrelet study where so many birds have been tagged and no nests have been found. And it turns out, as best we can explain, the ocean conditions in 2017 were very poor for reproduction. Off the central coast of Oregon, we had warm water temperatures, we had limited upwelling, we also had a lens of fresh water that came out of the Columbia River and moved down into central Oregon. And all of those things combined to make it a poor year for reproduction. And so what we think happened was the birds made a decision about not nesting because the food resources weren't good, but they didn't have those forage fish that they need to raise their young. What was equally important, or equally surprising, I should say, is the extent to which murrelets moved across the landscape. We documented individuals that we tagged in Central Oregon that moved more than 350 miles to the north and to the south. So all the way up to Cape Flattery in Washington, all the way down to San Francisco Bay. So each one of these yellow points on this map indicates a day where we detected one of our tagged birds across the whole season. So you can see over that period in which we monitored birds, there was a huge movement of individuals. And that's really important because what I've shown here in this figure are the different zones in which the at-sea surveys are conducted. These at-sea surveys are conducted in a way to quantify population changes in birds, but due to budget constraints, they are not conducted in each survey zone in each year. So zones 1 and 3 are conducted in even years, zones 2 and 4 are conducted in odd years, and zones 5 are conducted every 4 years. So what that means is that we had birds in our zone 3 that ultimately moved into other zones and potentially were counted as birds that were resident in those areas. And of note, zone 5, we had birds that moved all the way down to California. Zone 5 in 2017 was surveyed, and there were 12 times as many birds detected in that area. Now, it's possible that there was a population increase, but it seems more likely that that was due to an influx of birds, some of which we actually have evidence that our tagged birds went there. So this was very unprecedented, and it really gives us some information about movement of birds within a season that we didn't have prior to this. Now, fortunately, we continued this project last year, and I'm happy to report that we did find active nests. We located 8 over the course of the season, and although that may not seem like a lot from the 76 tagged birds that we had, it represents an increase of 28% in terms of the number of active nests for which we were able to determine fate here in Oregon. As you can see from this map, the nests were south of Newport. They were all found in the Siuslaw National Forests. 3 of those nests were successful and fledged an offspring. 5 of them were unsuccessful. And although it's difficult to draw conclusions from 8 nests, this really isn't enough to do any sort of statistical analysis, we are finding new things about murrelets that we didn't appreciate before this project, both here in Oregon as well as throughout their range. And one of the first surprises for us was that we had the first record of a red-tailed hawk that caused nest failure. What you see in this picture is a hawk. You can see the head here, and this fluffy, out of focus, downy object is a murrelet that was about 3.5 weeks old, and the parents had been incubating this nest diligently. They were feeding this chick earlier in the day, and this red-tailed hawk came in and within about 15 seconds removed that chick. And so this speaks not only to what we have to learn about murrelet nest predators, it also points out that we actually didn't detect any corvids causing nest failure. That we thought that they would be the key nest predators, but that's not the case in this particular setting. Another first that we had in our study was the first record of a murrelet nest in a big leaf maple. There's 1 or perhaps 2 records from British Columbia, but none in the lower 48 states. And if you look in the lower right here, you see that there's a murrelet sitting on this nest. And if I didn't tell you it was in a big leaf maple and you were up on your murrelet biology 101, and if I said it was a large diameter horizontal limb with lots of moss, you'd say, well, that's exactly what murrelets are using, but you probably would have the image of a conifer tree and not a big leaf maple. So again, this is a small sample of nests, so who's to say if this is occurring more commonly, but again, we're finding out some new things about murrelets with just a small sample of nests. The other thing that we're finding out is that even in years where we have birds breeding, 2018, we also had birds that were moving large distances. So these 2 images, you've seen the one on the left already, but the one on the right indicates that the geographic breadth of where birds that were tagged in Central Oregon ultimately were detected through airplane flights later in the season. And the effort was different between the years, so take this with a grain of salt, except to say that that geographic scope is very similar. And we don't know why that is. We don't know what it is about those birds that cause them to go north or south. We do know that murrelets don't breed until their 3rd year. So it could be that these are pre-breeding individuals that wouldn't have been breeding anyways. It could be that some of these birds are wintering in Oregon and they may be moving into other parts of the range. Those are all hypotheses that remain to be tested at this point. But what I think we can say is that in terms of our first couple of years of this long-term study is that we are able to really start adding some important information to murrelets. We've been able to increase the number of active nests by 28%. We've got new information on the diversity of nest predators here in Oregon, as well as the different types of trees that these birds are using to place their nests. And I think it's also important to consider ocean conditions as being influential in nesting activity. And from the beginning of our project, we've known this. Our focus has been on understanding where birds are nesting and what their reproductive success is, but we really can't decouple that. Murrelets are birds of two worlds, and we have to consider the ocean and the ocean conditions as well, because we may have really good nesting habitat, but if we don't have good ocean conditions, we won't have reproduction in birds. And then the last piece, that within season movement really gives some pause about how we conduct surveys at the current time. I think anyone who works with murrelets would love to see those surveys conducted in all survey zones in each year. That's just not possible at the current time due to funding limitations. And I'll end my presentation just by giving a couple of updates on where we plan to go in the future. In the short term, we're going to conclude that component 1 and 2 of our project, wrap up the spatial modeling and the social attraction studies. We're going to keep on in the midterm for that core piece of looking at reproductive success. We also get good information, as you have seen, about space use of birds. And we're also starting to add a piece where we're looking at ocean conditions to try and understand the influence of ocean conditions on occupancy inland as well as reproductive success. We can do that from the historical data that we've got as well as the data we're collecting. And there's a number of oceanographers that we're starting to tap into to better understand how we can do that best. And then as a long-term goal, what we'd really like to do in this project is understand how nesting activities are influenced by forest management. We're not there yet, but we're looking to build towards that, and ultimately that's what we hope to do with this project. So with that, I want to thank you again for your time and for the opportunity to update you in this project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have on it.
Yes, Joe.
Fascinating research. So that sounds exciting. The nests you found, what was the distances from the ocean that you found those nests? What was the average or what was the farthest?
I think the closest was about 3 kilometers, and putting that into miles is less than 3/4 of a mile or so, and all the way out to about 30 kilometers. So I think the average would probably be somewhere 15 to 20 kilometers for these birds. So we're not pushing that 40 miles that we know. That's uncommon, but they're moving to sites that are fairly far inland.
Because they're foraging in the ocean and they're bringing that fish to the, traveling along quite a distance.
That's right.
Yeah.
When they commute, either when they're incubating, they go once a day, but when they're feeding chicks, they can actually go multiple times a day, each individual. And part of what we're able to do with our video data is actually quantify that and understand how those visits may vary depending on how far nests are inland and how often birds come in. In fact, we've got some nests where the camera is in such a good position, we can actually get information on the prey items. So we know different species of fish, and we can even get estimates of how long they are. And what that allows us to do is start quantifying energetics of how much each fish may provide to that chick. And that's important because what we're finding as well is that nestlings that are fledging do so at different times. It's not just after a month the birds leave. There is variation in individual nests in terms of how long the chicks are in that setting. So we can start teasing those things apart with the data that we were collecting.
Another question, it's fascinating to me that you found one nesting in a big leaf maple. You said that sounds like that was fairly surprising. Do murrelets in other areas nest in different types of settings? Cliffs or like another seabird in other parts of like Canada or Alaska? Yes,
they do. And there has been a cliff nest documented in Washington, but as you move north, you start finding more cliff nests. Kim Nelson, who's on our team, had a graduate student a few years back who was looking at basically doing similar work as us and finding that about half of the nests were cliff nests and half were tree nests. So we don't find, or we haven't found any cliff nests here in Oregon yet, but we do know that if there is a platform that's viable for them, and sometimes it comes in the form of something like a witch's broom, some sort of deformity on the tree, they can use that in trees that are younger as well.
where the nest was on the bigleaf maple, was there alternate nest? Was there large conifer there? Was it?
There were, and for me, this was one of those times where it's a good reminder of assumptions, because we had our technicians out there saying, we think that there's a bird that might be going into the big leaf maple, but there were a number of other birds in that same stand, and there were a number of potential nest trees that were much bigger and that were all conifers. And so we said, okay, well, keep an eye open, but you know, keep looking. And eventually they said, we really think it's in here. And sure enough, it was. So I think part of that confusion was that we did have other birds. We know that murrelets can co-occur in stands. And so that is definitely a possibility that there was one bird nesting in one of those other trees, and that one pair selected this big leaf maple.
No, thank you.
Brendan?
Jim, great presentation. Thank you. You mentioned that red-tailed hawk killed one of the young, and there were 4 other nests that failed. Any assessment of what killed those, or why they failed, or any pattern on the landscape? I know it's a very small sample size, but
Right.
trying to understand.
Yeah, so in total we had 5 nests that failed. One was, we had a predation event during the nestling period. Another nest that failed during the nestling period, the parents appeared to reduce their visits to that nest, and we don't really know why that is. Ultimately, the chick died on the nest, and we're still working through the video. We have something like 6,000 hours of video footage and a small army of people in a lab that only get out once they get through an hour. No, I'm just kidding. We have a lot of people working on it right now. And so what we found so far is that there's regular visits to that nest, but we haven't gotten those last couple of weeks where we think the chick started to decline. That could have been something that happened to the parent. Parent could have had some issue, or it could have been something that's happening with the chick as well. In terms of the other 3 nests, 2 of them we weren't able to get a video camera on before they failed. So those were failing during the incubation period. And so we've been able to infer those nest fates as failing. We don't know why. And then the third nest that failed during the egg stage was one where the egg was viable as best we can tell, and then the parent stopped attending. We had one bird that came in and its mate was supposed to relieve it, and it didn't, and that mate came in about a day and a half later, and then it seemed to throw off the nest. It was within that 28-day period where the egg should have been viable, so it may have been something going on with the individual birds as well. So I think the big surprise for me, at least, was I've been thinking about corvids as causing nest failure, and at least on our 6 nests that we videotaped, we don't have evidence for that.
You mentioned the number of tagged birds.
Yes.
How many you tagged in 2018 and discuss why?
Yeah, so in 2017, 61 tagged birds. I think we had somewhere around 74 birds that we captured. So we have constraints on our permit in terms of putting on tracking tags. The second year, 2018, 76 tagged birds out of something like 94 birds that we captured in total. We don't have a good handle on why some birds choose to breed and some don't. What we do know is that there is always a subset of birds that don't breed, and we've been challenged by this. There's no good predictor of a bird in the hand to say whether this bird is going to be breeding. And if it was, we would be able to target those birds and increase that breeding propensity, because ultimately our goal is to find those nests. And so we get good information on birds that don't nest. Other studies, especially recent studies in Washington, have also found low breeding propensity in the range of 15 to 20% of tagged birds. So we don't have a good handle, and I don't want to speculate too much. It could be on the individual level. It could be on marine resources. There's a number of hypotheses that I think need to be tested.
Are you able to get any age demographic data based on?
So that's another challenge for us. These birds, as I said, don't breed until 3 years of age, and we can't tell whether a bird is a 1-year-old or 2 or 3-year-old bird in the hand. We don't know if it's a 14 or 15-year-old bird. The only chance we have at that with our birds is if it's been previously tagged, then we have a minimum age. And of the 150 odd birds we've captured over the last 2 years, we've only recaptured 1 individual bird. So in some areas, California, where there's lots of birds, you can recapture birds and start estimating population age classes, but we don't have that ability here at the current time.
Other questions? So what's the right interval for us to get updated on this? Is it annually? What would be, I think I heard Jeff offer you up for the next 10 years or so.
That's right. Yeah, that would be fine. I think we usually get a good sense of what's going on by the winter. As I said, it takes a while to get through the video, and we usually have a fall all hands meeting where we go through kind of the what we've learned from the season. We start building that story of okay, how's this tying what we already know and what have we learned additionally. So I think that would be fine from my perspective if it works for you.
Really interesting. Really appreciate you being here.
And we would be happy to set that up after the next field season going into next winter, and we'll work with staff to do that. Given the season of the legislative session and everything, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that this is an example of the kind of work that Oregon State University does as part of its statewide public services budget, which supports agricultural experiment stations, the extension service, both agriculture and forestry, and then our forest research lab. So this is something that we had stakeholders come to us in the lead up to the 2015 session, talking about what would be very relevant and important kind of research to tackle that would be long-term, and we fed that into our statewide public services budget request, and this is an example of what we do every other year when we're talking to the legislature.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have a couple of folks who have signed up to appear on this topic. Seth Barnes and Megan Tuttle. Taking up the whole table. This is what I take my notes.
You ready?
Anytime.
Okay. Chair Emerson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes, and I work for the Oregon Forest and Industries Council. I am coming before you today to talk about the Marb Murrelet. For the past 3 years, I've served, as you saw, as a representative of the forest landowning community on the Dean's Advisory Panel for the OSU Marb Murrelet Research Project. I've been a big supporter of this research project since its inception, and with you, I continue to be impressed with the good work and valuable information that is unfolding as the project has continued. I assume you're impressed. I would hope you would be. This research is new, and as is the case with this species, getting real data is both costly and difficult. Obtaining information takes patience. As you've seen today, there are some very interesting pieces of information that are emerging, information that challenges much of what the experts thought they knew for decades. Well, that is the real takeaway from in my estimation. But to this point, we now know enough to know that we don't know a whole lot about the species. That is to say, we need to continue to watch and learn as research continues to unfold a very interesting story about a very secretive species. One site does not define an ecosystem, just as 1 year does not make a trend. Good sound investments take some time to mature and bear fruit, and the same is true for sound investments in large-scale research projects like this one. Now, some would urge this board to make hasty and far-reaching decisions in terms of species and murrelets and others, and discourage a measured approach with an eye towards emerging science. In the very wise words of my grandmother, haste makes waste. The very best information we have clearly shows a population that is on the rise across Oregon and California, and a stable population across the entire range of the species. The only area showing declines in this species is up in Washington State, where the Puget Sound region, which is with its own challenges of land use planning issues, appears to be a factor. I would further remind this board that this species lives on the water, as strange as that is. The bird lives at sea. So those at-sea counts conducted by a consortium of state and federal agencies over almost 20 years is the very best data that we have Furthermore, with an ever-increasing age class across a very broad swath of federal forest, one could make the case that hasty decisions have already been made prior to receiving new information. And perhaps it's time to take a different approach and learn from the past before we dive headlong into the future. I appreciate the thoughtful approach of Dr. Rivers and his team of researchers involved in this project at Oregon State University, and we in the industry look forward to continuing to learn more about the species as the research unfolds.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and Board of Forestry members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Tuttle, and I am the Western Environmental Affairs Manager for Weyerhaeuser Company. Weyerhaeuser owns 1.6 million acres in Oregon, where we have operated for over 100 years and have 1,000 employees. We appreciate that the Board of Forestry is interested in the OSU College of Forestry Dean's research initiatives on marble murrelets in relation to the ongoing forest practices rule analysis for defining resource site protection rules. As noted in Seth's OFIC comments, research is critical to better understanding the importance of ocean conditions as well as the upland habitat needs of the murrelet. While supporting research is important, it is also critical that the Board of Forestry recognize the role of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service Federal Recovery Plan, what it plays in Oregon, and how those measures should influence future decisions by the Board of Forestry regarding the resource site protection rules. First, the vast majority of murrelet sites found in Oregon are associated with the Northwest Forest Plan's late successional reserve designations. LSRs are typically comprised of stands that are generally 80 years or older. Second, the Federal Murrelet Recovery Plan recognizes that virtually all remaining potential murrelet habitat in the Coast Range of Oregon is located on federal lands. The plan also recognizes that some potential habitat is likely located on the Elliott State Forest or the Tillamook State Forest in stands that range between the ages of 65 and 150 years old. Third, when the Murrelet Recovery Plan attempted to model predicted habitat, it found that only 3% of murrelet habitat would be found on private lands. The Recovery Plan modeling effort, as well as monitoring results associated with the Northwest Forest Plan, clearly demonstrate that the vast majority of actual and predicted murrelet habitat is located on state and federal public lands. Fourth, the Federal Recovery Plan recognizes that species recovery is needed on a landscape level and concluded in Oregon that federal coastal ownership meets this landscape level need. The plan acknowledges that habitat and private forest lands in particular are not the limiting factor for murrelet recovery in Oregon. And on page 85 says that virtually all remaining potential habitat in the Coast Range is on federal lands. I think we saw that today when they talked about all of the sites were found in the Siuslaw National Forest, even though there are only 8 of them. Across the Murrelet Range, the plan also says that approximately 89% of the estimated marbled murrelet habitat is on Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service lands within areas designated for protection. In closing, the Board of Forestry should take this information into consideration when it decides if it should develop murrelet resource site protection rules. Put simply, are murrelet resource site protection rules necessary on private lands? And if they are, the Board of Forestry should be guided by a simple fact. The vast majority of murrelet sites are located in stands that are greater than 80 years of age and typically are located within 30 miles of the Oregon coast. Thank you.
Great. Yes. So we'll break now until 11 a.m. I'm looking for Josh. Are we ready? Okay, we're reconvening now with our agenda item 3. This is the 2018 Operator of the Year Award. We're going to recognize our operators of the year who set an industry example by consistently going above and beyond the requirements of the Forest Practices Act. And we'll have Josh Bernard and Kirk Ausland begin this for us.
All right. Good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board, and State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Josh Bernard. I'm the Field Support Unit Manager for Private Forest here in Salem. This morning, we'll start with a staff presentation detailing the Operator of the Year Award program and the award recipients' work. After the presentation, we'll ask each operator's representatives to the front to receive their awards and recognition. We'll take photographs after we adjourn for lunch. The board will have an opportunity to join the award recipients and their families in the Clatsop room for refreshments.
So good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board. That better? How about now? There we go. Sorry about that. So good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board, and State Forester Daugherty. I'm Kirk Ausland, Stewardship Forester, serving the Central Oregon District out of John Day. This morning, we will first review the Operator Recognition Program. Then we will play videos capturing the work done by the 2018 Operators of the Year. To conclude, we will invite you to recognize the operators for their excellent work. Now let's take a look at the recognition program goals, which are, number 1, to recognize operators who consistently and voluntarily perform above the Oregon Forest Practice Act minimum requirements, and to improve public understanding of the Forest Practice Act, its administration, and its effectiveness in protecting natural resources. These are derived from Oregon revised statutes and the forestry program for Oregon under Goal D. ORS 527.630 states the Oregon Forest Practice Act policy, and Goal D strives to protect and improve the physical and biological quality of the soil and water resources of Oregon's forest through the administration of the Forest Practice Act. The department's efforts to honor the work that exceeds, in a good way, natural resource protection requirements includes recognizing excellent performance at 3 levels. First, the department and board may recognize the operators of the year for each area: Eastern, Northwest, and Southwest. The board typically relies on the regional forest practice committees with assistance from the private forest programs division staff and stewardship foresters to review the Operator of the Year nominations. Second, the regional committees may grant merit awards to recognize an operator's outstanding work, but only if the operator was nominated for the Operator of the Year award. Third, commendation letters provide local recognition for high quality work. Operators may be nominated by anyone: stewardship foresters, various logging association members, industry members, landowners, and community leaders have nominated operators they see doing a commendable job. This year, Chris Strunk of Weyerhaeuser Company and ODF Stewardship Forester Steve Wetmore nominated the Southwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year. Ashley Latora, an ODF Stewardship Forester who works out of our Astoria office, nominated the Northwest Oregon Operator of the Year. This year's Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year was nominated by myself. The Operators of the Year are selected based on 5 criteria, which are consistency. The committee assesses whether the operator has a history of performing above the Forest Practice Act minimum requirements.
Difficulty: did the operation include streams, lakes, or rivers, challenging topography, or critical habitat? Essentially, was this an atypical harvest that required particular care and skills to be successful? Number 3 is innovation and extra effort. The committee asks whether the operator implemented a new technology or strategy in its operation, or did the operator exert extra caution and effort to ensure it both complied with and performed above the Forest Practice Act minimum requirements. Number 4 is results. As the operator strives for business results, the committees and department staff assess whether the nominees achieve the results the Forest Practice Act seeks, and the results you ask the department to achieve through rules you promote and your leadership. Financial risk to the operator. The nominees are also graded on whether, in addition to their business risk, they took an additional financial risk to achieve commendable results. The Regional Forest Practice Committee members select the operators of the year by either touring the sites or reviewing videos that capture the operations and reviewing the nomination applications. Then they deliberate as a committee to select the operator of the year and name merit award recipients. After selecting the recipients, the department works with various outlets to achieve the second goal, educating people about the Forest Practice Act and how it works. The department recognizes the operator of the year at the Associated Oregon Loggers and Oregon Small Woodlands Association annual meetings, the Oregon Logging Conference, through media coverage, and using the various ODF venues, including print and social media outlets. Before we look at the 2018 Operators of the Year, we would like to share with you the 2018 Merit Award recipients. The Merit Award recipients for 2018 are, from the Eastern Oregon region, Tansy Forest Improvement of Wallowa, Dave Harmon Logging of Keno, and from the Northwest Oregon region, Gwynn and Sons Logging of Vernonia. Chair Imeson, members of the board, before we turn to the videos that highlight the operator's work, I would like to thank Jim Gersbach and Nick Henneman, ODF Public Affairs representatives, along with John Baldwin, an ODF Salem intern, for their excellent work preparing these videos. Before we show the videos, are there any questions we can answer about the recognition program? Okay. Now, let's take a look at the 2018 Operators of the Year. B&M Timber earned the Eastern Oregon Operator of the Year Award for minimizing soil disturbance during a winter harvest in a narrow canyon while also protecting a fish-bearing stream that runs through the canyon. The award also recognizes B&M Timber for helping multiple landowners by careful salvage logging of their properties after a devastating 2015 wildfire in Eastern Oregon.
I'm the third generation of the Mason family to be the steward of this ground. The ranch has been in the family for 100 years.
I've been working in the woods off and on since 1999. Started my own business 3 years ago. Worked for a lot of other different people around the area, around the state of Oregon actually.
He came over and we looked at trees, we talked about it, and eventually we decided that Mr. Clemens would be the guy that we wanted to give a go with.
I met with a gentleman and they were needing some help on a couple logging projects, and so I told them we'd help them.
So Brad has really focused on those relationships with landowners.
We spoke with the landowner and talked to him about, let's clean this up.
When I took this job, I came up with the landowner and the state forester. I seen the biggest issue was how overgrown this is, how tall the timber is, and how tight the situation was going to be. With the creek to our west right now at this point, and a real steep hillside to our east, We have very little area to cut trees, to log it, and to get the logs out of here. And so I brought Patrick in knowing that he knew how to cut this stuff and to lay it so that we don't break it. That's the biggest thing. This stuff is so tall that you have to lay it in tight spots not to break it so we can use it all. We're trying to utilize everything we can. It's been taking a lot of times 2 guys to get this timber laid out without damaging it or damaging the creek or the riparian areas or other trees as well.
It takes somebody in this canyon where it's so steep, where it's so tight, it takes somebody that's an experienced timber faller to put tree A on the ground without damaging B, C, and D.
All these drainages are really erosion prone. And so if you're going to log it, you got to do it correctly with that in mind so that you really reduce the impact to the spring runoff and fall runoff even.
This being a fish-bearing stream, that's one of the reasons I wanted, I wanted somebody that was going to truly follow the Forest Practices Act. And we're real comfortable with what Mr. Clemens has done.
When I evaluate a crossing, a proposed crossing, the main thing is can we do it with the least amount of impact to the stream channel itself? That's the most important thing, and minimize disturbance to the stream channel. So they'll put the crossing in, try not to have it too elevated, and have it in a good location so it protects that stream channel.
We've done this in what we've called stage cutting. We started at the north end of this project and have been working south. We haven't just cut the north end and just cut completely through. We've cut at the north end, then we've jumped to the south end, then we've jumped to the middle. Reason is there's no place to put it.
One of the reasons I decided to nominate Brad Clemens for EOA Operator of the Year was his attentiveness to detail and to doing the right thing for the landscape.
The complexion of the ground has changed so much when these trees are hauled out of here. But the more I'm up, the more I'm getting used to it, and the more I think that we're achieving and heading in the right direction. I don't think that we could have found anybody any better.
I truly believe that we're going to meet that objective that Roger and Meredith, the whole Edgar family, wants. Cleaning it up, taking out enough trees to enhance his ground for other generations of trees and for his kids and their families later on down the road.
Done a really good job. So that's why I nominated him for Operator of the Year. Just the quality of work, keeping landowners happy and doing the right thing.
J.M. Browning Logging earned the 2018 Northwest Oregon Area Operator of the Year Award for protecting streams and improving future fish habitat through structural logging. The award also recognizes Browning for decades of consistently applying best management practices to safeguard forest resources, even under challenging circumstances.
So Hampton is a family-owned company, and they've been in Oregon for 75 years.
Hampton's long-term vision is to first follow the rules, follow the laws, and then some. It's important to the people that I work for and the people I work with, and me too, that we provide the most protection we can to the stream, whether it's shade for fish, whether it's long-term woody debris, that we're doing what the biologists tell us that the ecosystem needs for the long-term health of the riparian area and the stream.
This property is a long-term property for Hampton, and it's planned to stay in the family, and so it's a very valuable piece that we want to manage for the long term.
Well, I think that the Forest Practices Act, one of the strengths is that it does provide options for the landowner. It's not just that you have to leave a set distance in the riparian management areas and stay out of them, that it allows the operator and the landowner to make decisions on the ground about what they choose to do and how they choose to do it, how it'll set it up to better the habitat along the stream for the future.
So a hardwood conversion harvest is where you're removing hardwood from the stream buffer. And the idea behind that is that hardwood does not provide as much shade as a conifer-dominated stand would. And so by removing the hardwood, we can replace it with conifer to provide greater shade in the future for that stream. So when we're choosing an operator for an operation like this, we're looking for an operator that has a long history of excellent work quality and that has the experience and knowledge, that we have a great working relationship. That's very important, especially on operations like this, where you have more difficult harvest conditions.
I've worked in the woods for 46 years. I expect a job well done. I expect people to work hard, hustle, and do a good job, a job they're proud of. Something I learned from my dad.
Before any work was done, we all understood what was on the ground and what was to be expected.
We've done pre-site meetings. We talk about it. We have a safety meeting. We talk about what we're going to do, how we're going to log this unit. Wow, this is complicated. How are we going to fall these trees here, not get them into the RMA? Where are we going to bring these trees to process and work up and not deliver any sort of sediment to the stream?
So the use of technology really allows us to ensure that we're following the Forest Practices Act. One of the great tools with LiDAR is to be able to see stream channels and to be able to identify where streams are prior to field work and identify unstable slopes or other considerations. LiDAR is almost indispensable for that.
We need to tread lightly around the streams. In Clatsop County, there's just about a stream in every logging job. We need to be alert, make sure that we're not getting any sediment in the stream.
Well, by doing this during the dry season, we didn't have that risk or worry about having sedimentation reach the live stream. And anytime we have sediment that reaches a live stream, it has a negative impact on the fish and the other aquatic life.
You know, a lot of people look at, well, the loggers, they just destroy everything. No, we're environmentalists also.
They live here, they work here, they hunt here. They really do care about the land and the job they leave behind.
They were working in places very close to the stream and in the stream buffers, and doing that work is very sensitive. And they were able to do it very well and were able to leave the leaf trees in the stream buffers in very good shape and not damage the buffers at all.
We try not to take any corridor trees. We try to work through the RMZ and protect the buffer, keep it in one piece, and keep the sediment out of the creeks.
They have large ground-based operating machinery that's track-mounted, and that allows them to be able to handle the wood and pass it from place to place rather than drag the wood. And you can see that in the post-harvest portions of this operation. You can't even tell where they've been.
And Jay Browning met or exceeded all my expectations on that. He really went above and beyond.
You know, I think a logger has to believe in the Forest Practices Act, that it's good for the waters of the state, good for the ground, good for the animals. The whole idea is just to protect the environment. I talked to a couple of commercial fishermen one day, and they said, "Thank you for the job well done. We're seeing the fish come back."
Dave Wilkerson Logging earned the Southwest Operator of the Year Award for safely harvesting a highly visible tract at the entrance to the town of Butte Falls. The tract, amid power lines and busy foot and road traffic, contained a fish-bearing stream. It took Dave's crew extra effort to harvest near the stream in a manner that protected a buffer zone along the waterway. He also was able to selectively log the tract without damaging younger trees, helping keeping the site's aesthetic appeal for area residents.
One moment with the technical glitch here. We'll pull up another version of the video.
His reputation's good because what we see here is it's a really nice clean logging job in terms of the slashes dealt with. There's a lot of care taken to protect residual trees, and he places a lot of emphasis. He's the kind of operator that we like to see operating near the streams and the RMAs. Very conscientious operator, very concerned about protecting Oregon's resources, water resources, and wildlife.
Weyerhaeuser's looking for somebody that's going to move and extract the volume that we're looking at in the field, maximize the value of that, be safe operating, and be a good representative for the company in the field. And this is one of those jobs where there's all kinds of concerns for a company like us, where we've got public interface right there, and we needed somebody that would come in there and do a really excellent job and put a good face to the name of Weyerhaeuser with the town of Butte Falls.
When I drive by here to go to work every day, I got to look at it, and I've had comments on it that it looks good, so that means a lot to me right there.
Dave exceeded all of my expectations on that job, as he did on all the jobs that I worked with him on. He interfaced directly with the mayor. He dealt regularly with the people that were transferring through the job site. We had homeowners that needed to get through on a daily basis. We had transients going through the property. We had flaggers that he had posted on the highway through the whole portion of the job that was around the highway, and worked well with the Trees Inc. company that worked with the power company.
The number one thing on this, when I first came here to this, was the safety, because it had a power line running through it, and I needed to protect the guys that work for me, the general public driving up and down the road. This was a unique site. It had a lot of people that walk through here. I had to put people on each end of it, a guy, a flagger, to keep people from walking through it so they didn't get hurt. That was my number one thing here. I was afraid I didn't want someone walking in underneath the tree, power line going, that type of deal. Here, each logging job is different. You know, each site's different, and that's what you have to pick up on a lot of times is the site, what the site dictates. There's some stuff that you could cut everything and it'll grow a tree, and then there's other ones that don't.
On every operation that I've worked with Dave on, there's always a variable number of environmental concerns. On this particular unit, there was a medium fish stream, Huckel Creek, that ran through the unit, as well as intermittent channels that flow into that stream. So the written plan that was turned into the state says that we're going to honor the buffer that's been flagged in the field, and it meets certain objectives. And then there's requirement for felling away from or parallel to that stream buffer to keep the integrity there. One of the things that's not written in that written plan is how we're going to protect those side channels that are intermittent streams. Dave will go out on each of those projects. He'll go and walk the entire unit, find those intermittent channels. Even though they're not running water today, they will be in the future, and he's looking for a way to design a harvest around those streams so that he's not impacting those intermittent waterways that will eventually possibly deliver sediment into the streams.
They would want you to like directionally fall everything away from it, you know, and so that's what we've done in here. That's a real good rule to have.
He's really conscientious about protecting Oregon's resources, especially our streams. He's a really good operator to have near the streams in terms of protecting, working within, doing directional falling, minimizing the impact to not just the merchantable timber, but the brush and the other vegetation inside that stream area.
Yeah, Dave goes above and beyond looking at the Forest Practices Act. He's not just looking to meet those requirements that it sets forth. He's looking to put his image on every job that he works on. He's looking to not only meet but exceed all expectations.
The Oregon Forest Practices Act is really designed to help Oregonians protect their own resources, the streams, the fish, the wildlife, the trees, and it just gives them the sideboards which they can operate. And from that, he always strives to leave more trees near the streams, leave additional trees, does a really good job of protecting residual trees like we see here, so the landowner doesn't have a higher reforestation expense.
If an operator isn't careful with an overstory harvest, there can be a tremendous amount of value lost in each stand that they harvest because they're going to wipe out the next generation, essentially. Dave puts forward the energy and the effort and the dedication to make sure that that understory is left free to grow and that it's healthy and ready to move into the future.
If you got 25-year-old trees that are 20 or 30 feet tall, there's no sense in knocking them down or cutting them if you can, save them.
If you look around, he cleans up all his slash. He brings it, he whole trees it, which a lot of operators do, but even the branches that break off and stuff, he'll put them back into skid trails and use that as a mat to run on and kind of break it down. So what you don't see is jackpots or big buildups of slash outside of the piles. He just cleans it up so it looks really nice, and then it's easier to plant for the landowner.
We took a lot of effort in here cleaning this up to make it look good. This should have a bunch of slash on the ground, and it don't.
Once the slash piles are burnt by the landowner this winter, you won't really be able to tell. And that was probably a comfort for the people that live out here in Butte Falls, that they didn't have a high fire hazard put right next to or inside the city limits.
It's a good occupation. You can look back at things like this and say, yeah, we logged that. Look at it. It's still trees on it and it's growing.
Chair Imison, board members, and State Forestry Doherty, these are your 2018 Operators of the Year. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, on behalf of the Private Forest Division staff, I would like to thank the 2018 Operators of the Year for their exemplary work. On behalf of the department staff, I also want to thank the operators for their outstanding effort and examples they set.
Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the recognition program and share these operator stories with you this morning.
Now we invite Brad Clemens of B&M Timber to come forward to receive the Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
All of us know it's, especially for us over on the east side, a lot of hours behind the wheels to get to where we're going.
Next, would Jay Browning of JM Browning Logging please come forward to receive the Northwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Would you like to say something?
I know everybody strives every day to do this. Everybody around where I live, we have a lot of good loggers, and it's nice to get recognized for the extra effort. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Now we ask Dave Wilkerson of Dave Wilkerson Logging to come forward to receive the Southwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
I'd like to thank everybody, all my crew, Chris Strunk, Steve Wetmore, the board here, and my family, my wife, and she couldn't make it today, but thank everybody.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, this is one of the really nice days we get to have every year. Members of the Board of Forestry take a little step back from our policy making, rule making, budget discussions, everything else we deal with, and just thank people for great work and going, as many have said in the presentations, going really above and beyond and taking great care of the land. So we really appreciate all of you who earned this award and all of those who were we're going to break for lunch after this, but want those awardees and families to stick around.
Great.
Peter, anything else?
Again, this is the recognition award is a really important part of what we do. It's relates to the forestry program for Oregon, as staff explained, and really the board supports voluntary measures. And so recognizing when people do take voluntary measures going above and beyond is really important to reinforce that we really do appreciate the work of loggers who go above and beyond. So thanks very much again and congratulations.
Yes, we're adjourned until 1 o'clock.
There we go. Thank you. I guess.
Mine is too.
Chair Amundson, members of the Board of Forestry and State Forester Doherty, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Coos County Commissioner John Sweet, Vice Chair of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. I'm filling in today for David Yamamoto, who's in Washington, D.C. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today about the Forest Management Plan update being proposed by Oregon Department of Forestry, as explained to the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee at our February 15 meeting. Let me start by complimenting ODF for some fresh, new thinking, especially in regard to admitting to problems with the current FMP and calling out the necessity for restoration, balancing age classes via departure, and looking at a more regional approach to our forests. While we applaud these new approaches, as was discussed in our meeting, the devil is in the details. And at this point, we have no details or specificities to consider. Trust counties will be in a better position to evaluate the proposed FMP once ODF's strategies and metrics are developed. We agree that the structure-based management plan has not met expectations. We are pleased to see ODF's recognition of this problem and look forward to more detail. We believe a more quantitative approach would make the case much stronger. Revenues have been far below those that could have been produced under an alternative forest management approach. We are encouraged that ODF intends to consider a departure harvest schedule to rebalance age class distributions. As we have testified several times to the Board of Forestry, departure is an effective tool for maintaining the ability to successfully manage state forest trust lands. Once more, detailed development of strategies and metrics will determine our ability to support this important issue. We are also encouraged to find attention on restoring forests with long-standing problems, namely stands infected by Swiss needlecast and alder stands. While these problems were identified over 20 years ago, we are confident this new commitment will result in long-term financial viability for ODF and the trust counties. These forest restoration efforts must proceed, but this must be in addition to, not instead of, intensive management of healthy stands. Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee stands ready to provide expertise on this part of the plan, and we hope ODF will invite our participation. We are pleased to see a more regional approach when setting habitat objectives. In areas surrounded by federal lands that could and should free up trust lands for more harvest, as federal lands are producing older habitat more effectively and at a greater scale than are the state forests. We have concerns, however, that in other areas, Oregon Department of Forestry might propose that trust lands be managed for older habitat types to make up for the lack of those types on neighboring lands. Regardless of what the ESA may or may not require from state land managers, the state forest trust lands must not be managed to make up for habitat deficits on neighboring lands. Revenue that is generated from harvest in the forest trust lands supports important services at the county level. Sheriff patrol, jail beds, criminal prosecution services, road maintenance, parks and recreation are some examples. Taxing districts that also share in harvest revenue include our schools, our libraries, our ports, and our fire districts. These are important services that help our communities' stability and sustainability. For Oregon's counties, especially the rural ones, our economies and our social fabric are linked to the vibrancy of our natural resource employment base. Jobs in the timber industry are some of our best jobs. They combine high wages with full benefits. It is important to the economic and social stability in our counties to protect these valuable jobs. You can see from the chart that jobs in forestry and logging, wood products manufacturing, and transportation pay close to the state average. To close, because of the current lack of specificity from Oregon Department of Forestry concerning the FMP update process, we are unable to either support or object to the current status. We do, however, find hopeful indications of possible areas of agreement should we be able to concur on an overall strategy with appropriate specificity and forecasts of harvest volume and revenue. This is essential and would allow trust counties and special districts to better forecast revenue and plan their futures. As your partners in this endeavor, the Forest Trust Land counties look forward to the development of an FMP that achieves our common interests in this partnership. Before I close, I'd like to depart a bit from my written statement and talk about life in some of the rural counties. I'll use statistics specific to Coos County, but I don't think they're unlike that of other rural counties. In large part, in too large a part, too many of our citizens live in poverty and despair. Now, I'm not going to suggest that everyone lives in poverty has bad health habits and bad outcomes, nor that those outcomes aren't also available to people that live in better environments, economic environments. But I'm going to run down a list here of some things. This is Coos County compared to the state average. Premature age-adjusted mortality. Coos County is 32% higher than the state. Diabetes prevalence, 44% higher than the state average. Food insecurity, 14% higher. Healthcare cost, 7% higher. Something they call disconnected youth, 40% higher. Median household income, 28% lower. Were it not for our forest products jobs, it'd be worse than that. Children eligible for free or reduced price lunch, 29% higher than the state average. Firearm fatalities, 75% higher. Adult smoking, 19% higher. Adult obesity, 19% higher than the state average. Teen births, 41% higher than the state average. Preventable hospital stays, 38%. High school graduation, 23% lower. Children in poverty, 53% higher. Children in single-parent households, 10% higher. Too many of our people continue to live in poverty and despair. I know we can't correct all of that through the forest industry sector, but every job in these counties is very, very precious. If I can go on, I can talk a little bit about our county forest. Coos County is blessed with its own county forest. We gave some of the lands that we took back for taxes to the state for management, 7,000 acres. We kept 15,000 acres for our own management. We manage those lands on a sustained yield basis. This year we will we put all our proceeds into a forest fund, and we take it out of the forest fund on a rolling 5-year average, so we don't have money that's not sustainable when markets are good, and still have something left over when the markets aren't so good. This year we'll take out over $3 million out of that forest fund. Our property tax revenue is $5 million. I'd hate to think where our county would be without that. In addition to providing for a sustainable harvest, our lands are kept open to the public for hunting. We have a motorbike trail on our forest. In our forest, we have 20 going to 30 miles of mountain bike trails. They're open for mushroom hunting, hiking. We have a firing range on there, 100-yard modern fire range. Plan to expand it to 600 yards. We look after our environment. Our road department this year spent $700,000. That's a lot for a little county like ours. Replacing tide gates on the coast, six tide gates on the Coos River, to a modern side opening gate that opens up miles of off channel habitat for young salmon and spawning habitat as well. We probably have projects going on in the county in conjunction with landowners, timber landowners, farmers, our watershed associations, and conservation organizations that probably have put about 1,000 acres now over the last 7 or 8 years into off-channel habitat for young coho salmon, and certainly opened up miles and miles of spawning grounds. Back to the county, they replaced, County Roads Department replaced a culvert on the West Fork of the Millicoma. I was up there this summer. They put a bridge in to enhance the ability for fish to move up there. I was up there this summer, and I'm like, why in the name of heaven are they doing that? No fish will ever get up there. Well, I was up there 2 weekends ago and looked down, and there were three steelhead spawning. There's an odd number. I don't know if someone is without a mate, but anyway, it's just rewarding to see all those things happen. And so I guess my point is we can, with proper management, we can have it all. We can have jobs, we can have timber production, we can have building materials for our homes, we can have recreation, and we can have good habitat. So I thank you for your attention and appreciate the opportunity to present today.
Thank you for coming today. We have one additional person who signed up to testify on this topic, Paul Erlebach.
Hello, I'm Paul Erlebach. I'm the school superintendent for the Neoconi School District. Our school district is in Tillamook County on the North Oregon coast. And and you all have a copy of my letter I'd like to read to you. So as the Neoconi School District Superintendent, I appreciate the time you serve on the board, and I value the opportunity to talk with you today. I understand the Oregon Board of Forestry's decisions have a direct impact on the level of education Neoconi School District can provide its students. I would like the board to have the same understanding. In my brief presentation, I would like to share with you the unique history and dependency on timber revenue my school district has with the Tillamook State Forest. Neoconi School District serves over 840 students from Bay City to Manzanita. The school district is recognized for its outstanding schools. U.S. News and World Report recognized Neoconi High School and Neoconi Middle Schools as two of the top 25 schools in Oregon. Portland Business Journal rated Neoconi School District as one of the top 30 school districts in Oregon. Last year, Neoconi High School had a 94% graduation rate. Currently, 100% of our freshmen are on track to graduate. The school district also has well-maintained facilities, engaging curriculums, high-quality professional development, and up-to-date technology. Neoconi School District is a fantastic school district that is greatly dependent on timber revenue. Like many school districts in Forest Trust counties, Neoconi School District is reliant upon monies derived from timber sales on Forest Trust lands. In fact, we are more dependent on timber revenue than the vast majority of 197 Oregon public school districts. Neoconi School District is one of 4 Oregon public school districts that does not receive state school support. So Neoconi School District receives its revenue from local funding, including property taxes and timber revenue. Approximately 25% of our district's funding is sourced from timber sales on the Tillamook State Forest. Neoconi School District, 125 staff strong, is proof that local school funding works. We are excellent stewards of timber revenue. The school district relies on timber funding to enhance educational opportunities for our students. While schools throughout the state are struggling with overcrowded classrooms and program cuts, our students enjoy manageable class sizes where they receive more personalized instruction. On the back page, we have been able to build a strong foundation in large part due to funding from timber source lands. Quite frankly, timber revenue enhances student performance and improves the social and emotional health of our students. Neoconi High School is proud of the large increase in students interested in the natural resource field. In the near future, a team from Neoconi High School will compete in the Oregon Envirothon competition to promote conservation education of our natural resources. These high school students recognize their education is influenced by the harvest of forest crops. They also prioritize the need for efficient environmental protections. Students understand a balanced approach to forest management is essential. However, each year with underutilized timberlands and an uncertainty about funding levels, it is difficult for Neoconi school administrators, school board, and budget committee to budget and plan long-term for our students. When there is a consistent and sustainable timber harvest, the school district can budget accordingly. However, the high fluctuation of timber harvest makes it very difficult for long-term planning, staff hiring, and developing and maintaining a sustained budget plan. Essentially, for Neocony School District to provide a top-tier education, we rely on a stable source of timber revenue. For the school district, a management plan that focuses on optimal revenue production while also providing targeted and efficient environmental protections is critical. Under the current forest plan, in my opinion, the Oregon Department of Forestry is not maximizing timber harvest on trust lands, and that has been the case for more than 20 years or since I have been a school administrator. Every year, excessive volume is added to the growing standing inventory at the expense of counties, communities, special districts, and school districts that are reliant on an equitable harvest rate and corresponding timber sales to fund critical services. I can only imagine the type of pre-K-12 world-class education I could offer students if the Oregon Department of Forestry would reverse itself and increase timber harvest to optimal revenue production. Neocony School District is not alone. Besides the 125 Neocony School District employees and their families, entire communities throughout the state are in similar situation. We look to the board for action. I strongly encourage the Board of Forestry to take steps to ensure an equitable management plan that will meet the social, financial needs of small Oregon communities while also employing effective and efficient environmental protections. In doing so, this board will help school districts like mine to continue to do its best for our students in the classroom while also ensuring that those students have beautiful, healthy forests in which to explore. Thank you for your time and consideration. Do you have any questions?
Oh, I just wanted to mention that my family's had a beach cabin on Northeast 2nd and Block from Neocony since the 1950s. And congratulations on the success you're having with the school. But I also want to apologize. Some buddies and I think about 1966, we took a car over the weekend that was parked in the parking lot and left it in your hallway. So I've never apologized for that.
I'll let the principal know.
Okay, we're next going to turn to agenda item 5, this State Forest Management Plan project. And while folks are coming up, you can come on up. Just so board members and others understand here, we have roughly 2 hours set for this. For roughly a half hour, we'll be getting the staff presentation, and there will be opportunities in that to ask any clarifying questions. Then we're going to have 2 panels of 15 minutes each, and then we'll have public comment of up to 30 minutes. And then we'll have 30 minutes after that for board. We'll call the staff back up and for questions, comments. This is an informational item, but it's helpful for the, in fact, a purpose of this is to be able to provide some feedback that staff can take into their thinking. So that's sort of the lay of the land, and we'll turn this over to you, Liz.
Great, thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon. Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Liz Denton. I serve as the Division Chief for State Forests. And joining me at the table today are Mike Tody to my left, and he's our District Forester in our West Oregon District just outside of Philomath. And to the left of him is Brian Pugh. He's our Deputy Division Chief for State Forests. So it's great to have a team effort here at the table. And to that end, we always want to recognize that on these big initiatives that we're working with you all on, both the Forest Management Plan and the HCP, even though there's just a few of us at the table, we're relying on a strong team effort. A team made up of our resource specialists and field folks to inform what we're doing. So important to recognize that. I suppose that's okay. That the title's covered on the slide, so we'll move forward. So just start by a reminder of where we were in November and in January. So in November, we presented the draft goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes to the Board of Forestry. And you all requested that we come back with some more information, specifically highlighting at a high level what we think some of the barriers are in the current forest management plan and what we might be proposing to address those in terms and how that might help us achieve the direction we have from you, which is to improve our financial and conservation outcomes. You also asked that we provide a high-level vision of the revised forest management plan. And then in January, during the financial dashboard for the agency, there was a request that we come back with some financial metrics. So we'll be covering all of that today. I'll start with our barriers and solutions portion of our presentation today, and we'll start off with talking about climate change. We've talked about this several times now with the board, the fact that the current plan does not include a concept, does not reference really climate change other than one sentence. And so that's in and of itself is a hallmark, if you will, or an indicator of how far we've come in 20 years in terms of our understanding of climate change and the implications. We know that drought, fire, forest health, and other ecological issues can be exacerbated by climate change. And so without explicit attention to climate change in the forest management plan, we may not be able to achieve those long-term outcomes that are expected. So we would argue that it's beneficial and have in fact included the climate change concepts in our guiding principles, and then our draft goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes that we presented in November. This provides a clear recognition of the threats posed by climate change, and really sort of bakes in or builds a climate change mitigation and adaptation component into the forest management plan, with ideas such as retaining climate refugia for both terrestrial and aquatic species, and paying attention to forest health and resiliency, again, in the context of climate change. Another barrier that we've identified is a lack of clarity between competing objectives to develop habitat and objectives for harvest and revenue that's associated with that. So in the current plan, that it's not framed up to speak clearly to the revenue generating activities, nor an approach to balance those objectives for revenue with objectives for habitat. So as was demonstrated in our draft goals and strategies and measurable outcomes, we've included sort of a guide for harvest objectives and giving us the ability to improve our decisions being made on the trade-offs between achieving our habitat objectives and our harvest and revenue objectives. So our notion here is that with that type of addition to the forest management plan, that we will be able to increase our financial goals in some parts of the landscape and conservation in others. So for example, we may have an area that's dominated by hardwoods and has a low stocking of conifers. We may decide to maintain it that way in favor of the habitat benefits that it provides, thus increasing the conservation outcome, or vice versa. And again, just depending on the situation on the landscape. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Okay, thanks, Liz. So I'm going to talk more specifically about structure-based management that we've been practicing for a couple of decades now, and some of the challenges that we've realized over time here, and some proposed solutions for moving forward here. So this graphic here is one that's been used pretty much ever since we started with structure-based management. It talks about the 5 very discrete categories that we have, or stand classifications, if you will. Each one of these classifications has a discrete definition and discrete requirements to meet each one of those. So as a quick review there, starting in the bottom left-hand corner, after a disturbance or a timber harvest, we would start with the regeneration phase. It would grow or develop into closed single canopy, moving clockwise to understory development, to layered, and then finally to older forest structure. Once again, each one of these has a discrete category, and one of the things that we understand well is that as stands grow in forest development, they don't just automatically jump from one of these things together. So these 5 categories are actually based off some work that Chad Oliver had done. And so trying to recognize the value and the habitats and the structure that's in between those spaces, in between those categories, is something that we've
kind of failed to recognize and account for over time here. So even though a stand doesn't meet a discrete definition, it can still be providing very high quality habitat and values out on the landscape. One of the things that we have discovered here in the field is we're trying to remove those stands, and I guess I want to back up just a second. Those last two boxes, the layered and older forest structure there on the right-hand side there, we commonly refer those in the field as complex forest structure. So we might think of the others more simple or general categories when we look at those as complex forest structure. As we're trying to move and to meet our objectives out there to get to those complex forest structure types, we found that to be interesting at times and costly most of the time. It's an expensive thing to do as we're trying to introduce diversity, structure, components, things of that nature on there. So got an example here I'll just share with you. So if we look at that bottom right-hand corner there, older forest structure, I talked about a discrete definition or discrete requirements. There's one element of that I'll just share here is we talk about snags. In order to be recognized as older forest structure under our current plan, you have to have at least 6 snags per acre on average. Of those, 2 have to be over 24 inches. The remainder have to be at least 12 inches. That's the level of specificity that's in the current plan. So what happens if you have an area out there that only has 5 snags per acre? It may still be functioning as very high quality habitat out there, but in order for us to meet that objective and recognize it that way, we have to go out there and do something. So creating snags is something we've done in those cases. So we either go out and girdle trees or top trees. Those are expensive things for us to do. They're frequently dangerous if you can picture somebody crawling up a tree, scaling a tree, cutting the top off. And it may or may not actually immediately improve that structure or that habitat out there. So what we're trying to do is basically look at those approaches there and figure out where's the best way to add value to our landscape with the resources that we have. In the end, what we found with applying structure-based management out there on the districts is we can expend a lot of time and a lot of resources and a lot of money to meet these specific definitions while not really affecting the actual habitat and the structure out on the ground. So as I can get Liz, thank you. So this slide you've seen actually before in the resource assessment, or at least some of the board members that were here in September when we did the resource assessment. And I'll just kind of work through this quickly here. The top tier, as you see it there, basically lists those 5 categories that we talked about here just a moment ago. What we're talking about now is moving to more broader categories of cereal stages that we see out on the landscape. And this will help basically take advantage or recognition of that continuity as stands develop over time. On the bottom tier there you see age classes, which for me as a field manager are just kind of a rough guide, and I would never hold myself accountable to a specific age class like that because we've seen examples otherwise in the field. So we've got some examples here. Birds associated, and we're just going to work through these kind of these cereal stages here for you with some examples. Birds associated with complex early cereal habitat, such as this olive-sided flycatcher, require younger stands or open areas and older stands. Go ahead. More generalist species, such as elk and black-tailed deer, utilize a combination of habitats and stand types to meet their full suite of needs. Red tree voles, pictured here, have long been associated with older forests, but researchers are also finding them in younger stands now. Likewise, northern spotted owls will use younger stands with appropriate structure, but are more strongly tied to older forests. And finally, as an example, the marbled murrelet habitats tend to develop later than other species, but can be present in younger stands where there's large or legacy structure type components there that provide that habitat for them. Shifting goals that are based on habitat definitions, cereal stages, and specific habitat components better reflects this continuum of forest growth and those changes over time rather than those discrete categories. That's why we're really suggesting looking at this in a much broader sense and looking at it from cereal stages. This change is expected to increase both financial and conservation outcomes by reducing silvicultural costs and utilizing silvicultural pathways that develop more effectively. So going back quickly to that snag example I talked about, instead of investing time and resources creating an additional snag per acre that may or may not actually improve the structure of the quality of that habitat there, Let's instead look at areas where we can actually add value with that same amount of resource planning and money that we would expend in those cases. So basically a shifting of those priorities. Next, so as you think about those 5 discrete structures, each district right now under the current forest management plan has goals set for each one of those discrete structures. And it's done on a district by district basis under our current plan. So it really lacks a view of the regional context of which our land base sits in. It doesn't account for the habitat that our neighbors may or may not be providing, and it certainly we've seen that has a disproportionately high impact on smaller land-based districts or districts with scattered land bases. We feel pretty well that actually, and you've heard about this earlier today, that regional approach to habitat goals will increase our flexibility for management out on those lands. It'll increase those financial incomes by reducing costs and inefficiencies, and as well as maintain a functional landscape across the ownership there. So as an example here, this graph here is showing rainfall, annual rainfall, which is a good thing to depict on a day like today. And rainfall isn't part of the current forest management plan, but I just wanted to remind folks as we're evaluating this revision here, the current planning area we're looking at literally goes from the Columbia River to near the California border, and from the foothills of the Cascade to the beach. That's a pretty broad planning area. So if we need to be thinking about a forest management plan that has that context in there. So the example here is you look at rainfall amounts in Jackson County as opposed to Clatsop County, there's vast differences there. There's differences in soil types and climatology and species distribution and habitat components, things of that nature there. Yeah. So we talked a fair amount about this before, and in fact, it's one of your guiding principles. We talked about forest restoration needs there. Our current forest management plan does recognize, those restoration needs, but it doesn't specifically talk to it as what we'd like to do now. So, and we've used the Tillamook District example multiple times as we've discussed this. So we talk about large acreages of severely infected Swiss needle castans, vast acreages of over mature red alder, and we want to basically develop a plan that more specifically addresses that need, knowing that over the long term that'll improve the financial viability as well as give us opportunities to improve on conservation outcomes in those situations. So the last one I'll talk about is maybe the most difficult one to explain. Appreciate Liz giving me this opportunity here. So the shifting mosaic is it's a cornerstone of the current forest management plan we have with structure-based management. So what we mean by the shifting mosaic there is we reflect back to the first graphic that I shared, those older forest components out there. Each district, once again, has a target for those to develop those on the landscape. And once we met that target, the idea with a shifting mosaic was we would develop additional ones, and those areas would then slowly move around that land base that we have out there. So a couple challenges we've found with that over time. So I already talked a little bit about the costs that come with producing that type of habitat. So not only our districts experience that cost of trying to develop those older forest structure types on that fixed area that we start with, we're actually having to do that on replacement acres, if you will. Sorry for the air quotes. We're doing there. So essentially, we've kind of multiplied that effect there of trying to overproduce those older forest structure types such that we have the ability to move that mosaic over the districts there. Another thing, currently we're working under and proposing to stay with for now a take avoidance strategy. And so what we found is as those stands develop into those older forest structure types, we survey for specifically for marbled murrelets and northern spotted owls. If we find one, those areas are then designated for those species, either as a northern spotted owl take avoidance circle or a marbled murrelet management area. And that takes away our ability to then come in and harvest or do some things in those areas. So essentially, we're having to shift from a dynamic situation to a very static situation. The solution we're proposing here is pretty simple, is to take advantage of those areas that we're already doing that way and
start looking at these instead of a shifting mosaic to more durable conservation areas. So once they're there, we want to manage for those and take advantage of those. We think that'll basically give us a lot more flexibility on the rest of the landscape and really improve those communications and expectations of a lot of the stakeholders behind us who, quite frankly, want to see a line on a map. And the shifting mosaic concept is I think was a really a bold new step in forest management, and with take avoidance, it's been really challenging to do that. So with that, I will turn it back to Liz.
Great, thanks, Mike. This is the last barrier that we'll discuss, and I'm actually going to get into this as well in the vision, so I'm going to just hit on it really quickly. But last summer, I think it was, when we were first working with the board on this process to start revising the forest management plan again, there was a request that we include measurable outcomes in the revised forest management plan. And that is not the case in the current plan. And we would argue that by including those measurable outcomes, we're able to improve our adaptive management program and our ability to respond to new information. So a plan that is anchored into prescribed management techniques. The challenge there is if we learn that those management techniques or prescriptions are not working, our only ability to change that is to go back into the forest management plan and revise it, because the plan is an organ administrative rule that we have to comply with. We've been working on this plan revision since about 2012. And so you can see that it's really not a timely way to respond to new information. So we're excited about including measurable outcomes. We think that that sets us up better to measure if we're achieving those desired outcomes, and if not, have the flexibility to adjust to meet both our conservation and financial outcomes. It'd also be important for it to, we'll use this to establish a clear mechanism to inform the board on the performance of the plan. So with that, I'll move to the overarching vision. Again, the board asked us to come back and describe how we're thinking about the current forest management plan. So I would start off by saying that the overall outcome and approach and general approach in a revised forest management plan is not much different than the current forest management plan in terms of achieving the goals as set forth in the greatest permanent value mandate. The current plan is anchored into an integrated approach, meaning that harvest goals and activities are planned and implemented in concert with conservation goals, both in terms of, in our vision, these durable conservation areas combined with the site-specific or resource-specific strategies that are applied at a landscape scale. And then the other important portion of our vision I've already touched on, which is the adaptive management component. I want to recognize very clearly we've had challenges with that over the past several years, largely because of our financial situation. So as we revisit this forest management plan, we're also revisiting our approach to adaptive management, especially in how we can sustain an adaptive management program even when our financial situation is in flux, which is pretty much guaranteed because of our reliance on a timber market. So speaking more specifically, under the current plan, 4 key concepts are laid out. One is to achieve a diverse array of forest stand types across the landscape, and that those stand types are going to be created in functional arrangements on the landscape to contribute to habitat values. The plan also calls for maintaining key structural components within stands on the landscape, and those are typically snags, down wood, retaining legacy trees and green trees in the young stands. And then the 4th it calls out is to provide for social and economic benefits. In our vision, we'd be adding 3 key components to those original 4, and that's to provide a sustainable harvest and flow of revenue, to protect, maintain, enhance, and restore properly functioning aquatic ecosystems, and to include the effects of climate change on forest health and productivity, as well as habitat for native fish and wildlife. So I'm going to go highlight here in the presentation 5 sort of key components of the overarching vision, and I'll start with our harvest activities. So in our vision, we would use a combination of silvicultural prescriptions such as pre-commercial thinning and then a commercial thinning and then a final harvest. We would do that in a way that with the goal of achieving a balance of age classes across the landscape with a mix of early, mid, and late cereal stages and the associated diversity of habitat that comes with those cereal stages. The distribution of those cereal stages across the landscape would be considered in the context of increasing the benefits, the conservation benefits that come from the conservation commitments that we're making, and I'll touch on those here next. Want to recognize that to achieve that balanced age distribution across the landscape, that we would anticipate a departure from even flow, and that would be implemented over multiple decades. Want to be clear that that goal and approach would only occur outside of our conservation areas, and that it is likely not going to be the same on every district because we have different age class distributions and general forest conditions in our different districts. Moving to our conservation commitments, there's a suite of conservation commitments that we're envisioning. Fundamental is a network of durable conservation areas and resource-specific strategies to restore, protect, and enhance habitat for native fish and wildlife. We anticipate using a set of durable conservation areas around locations in the landscape such as riparian areas, buffers around wetlands, steep slopes, debris flow prone channels that deliver to fish-bearing streams. Critical is going to be a set of species of concern strategies that provide functions such as connectivity and the development of interior habitat, and speaking specifically to our species that are listed as threatened, for example, the marble murrelets and northern spotted owls. We would envision that in these durable conservation areas, the forest conditions would basically move to older forest conditions, and that those would persist on the landscape for long periods of time and eventually become old growth stands and with natural disturbances that would be overlain. We would continue, as is described in the current forest management plan, to maintain old growth trees and stands. And we would implement this set of resource-specific strategies that I've referenced a couple times, including retaining green trees in young stands, snags, downwood, riparian, and wetland buffers. We also provide a unique benefit for habitat on state forests in terms of complex early cereal stage. And so the set of silvicultural and reforestation prescriptions that we apply really promote diversity in those young stands, combined with the retention of structures such as green trees, snags, and downwood. And then continuing to focus on restoration. We've talked a lot about the Swiss neocast and aging alder and tillamook. We see that as a really important piece. Want to really recognize for the group here that when the plan was written, we really didn't understand the extent or severity of Swiss neocast in Tillamook District. So again, a major lesson learned in terms of the forest conditions out there and the ability of them to achieve greatest permanent value. Other areas of focus for restoration that would be typical for, say, aquatic restoration include activities such as wood placement and improving fish passage. We've talked already about climate change. The notion here is that we would manage to increase forest health and resiliency to a changing climate. Reforestation considerations around improved drought resistance and consideration of species distribution in a changing climate, and the ability to utilize emerging science and management tools to guide our management techniques and restoration approaches as we learn more about climate change. Recreation, education, and interpretation remain a part of our core business with the goals of providing user groups the experiences that they're looking for, as well as minimizing impacts of recreation on other forest resources. And then out of our Tillamook Forest Center, continuing to educate the public and school children around forests, forest resources, and forest management. And finally, an adaptive management program, again, talked about this already. I would just highlight a couple other components here. One is the establishment of a small set of performance measures that we could use on the appropriate frequency to come back to the board and describe our planned performance. There needs to be a process for prioritizing monitoring projects and questions. And we really see anchoring into our forest inventory. This is a database and a data collection effort that can really inform multiple components of our business, long-term planning and assessments, the characterization of habitat and forest health, and then if we're to shift to this notion of a continuum of habitat, being able to really speak to that from that forest inventory. I want to pause there for a moment before we move into the financial metrics and see if there are any questions.
Liz, I just have a few clarifying questions, if I could. Which growth and yield model do you use to estimate forest development?
Which, pardon me?
Growth and yield model. What growth and yield model do you use?
So initially when the plan was written, we used a model that we worked on in collaboration with Dr. Sessions and referenced as the H&H model or the habitat and harvest model.
So is that a harvest planning model or is that a stand growth and yield model?
It's a harvest projection model.
Okay, so you use H&H for your harvest projections.
Correct.
What about growth and yield?
Can you speak to that, Brian?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And so for the growth and yield, we've gone through some process improvements in the last couple of years that we've reported to the board on, and we use FVS for that. So I'm not sure what the acronym is, but
PN variant of FBS?
That's correct. Thank you.
And under your proposed plan revision, what's your projected rotation age?
So we're thinking about it more in terms of culmination and mean annual increment rather than a set rotation age.
For which product?
Culmination
of MAI will vary depending upon product. So what's your desired product then?
Well, it would be based on the site conditions and how that and the tree species that are growing there.
So for veneer logs,
volume,
for dimensional lumber, what's the? So MAI culminates at a different point depending upon the product that you're growing.
So she's at
pardon me?
Clarity. She's asking whether you're looking at board foot volume or cubic foot volume.
Oh, board foot volume.
Okay, and so approximately what would be given site 120 ground, what would be the approximate rotation age that you're projecting for culmination? Roughly within 20 years.
You're right, it does vary by sites, but we're typically around the 60-year to 80-year rotation age, depending on where we are in the landscape.
60 to 80?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would have stand age classes represented on the landscape from 0 to 60 or 80, and then you'd have something else that's going to grow into old growth somewhere else.
Got it.
Okay. And then one last question. How do you define the term habitat?
It's going to, as we think about it right now, is functional, and we don't manage species by species, but rather at a course level. And so the habitat characteristics that meet the benefits or the needs of multiple species. So old growth dependent species and the suite of characteristics that those species would have as compared to the animals that tend to utilize the younger stands.
So you're talking about forest structural conditions, not habitat then, because habitat is species specific. Every species has its own habitat requirements, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
When you excuse me, Liz, when you're talking about harvest objectives, will those harvesting objectives include restoration, or will restoration be a separate evaluation or measure?
Our perspective is that that's all integrated into our decisions. And so using restoration in the context of forest conditions in Tillamook, when we set our harvest objectives through our 10-year planning processes, we would look at in that district, in Tillamook district, which stands we would focus on as investment stands, recognizing that there's an opportunity to restore those stands for habitat and or productivity from a revenue perspective. And some stands, other stands we would focus on that already are in the type of condition that would meet our revenue objectives at the time. So there would be sales that we could implement that are profitable for us, and sales that we could implement that are more around break even. And then there are sales that we could implement where we may lose money, but it's towards the benefit of restoring those stands for the long-term productivity.
So we would be able to understand the restoration plan. This is the restoration plan that we're anticipating doing, is separate those two things. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that is, yes, and it is integrated with the overall decisions that we're making on the forest management as a whole.
Okay.
I think for the we have emphasized quite a bit, as Mike said during the portion of his presentation, the conditions that we have on our Tillamook State Forest. It is our largest district and where we have the greatest challenges in profitably managing that land base under our current business model. And so there's going to be a need, depending on how this process plays out with revising the plan, for us to really characterize quite clearly how we would approach that over time. Does that answer your question, Joe?
I think you can keep going.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Brian Pugh. I serve as the deputy for the State Forest Division, and I'm going to walk through some financials. This was a request that you all made to the division in January, so it's a follow-up from that. I'm going to ask Liz to hand me the pointer because I'm going to put up a graph here and we'll get oriented, and then I'll give you a high-level overview of what these numbers mean. And so this graph is showing quite a bit. On the x-axis, we have dollars amounts, so from zero to $140 million. And then on the y-axis, we start at the year 2009 and go over to 2022. One key thing to keep in mind as I talk about this is the gray dashed line here. So everything to the left is actual numbers, everything to the right is projected numbers. So as we get oriented in that, I will talk about the revenue lines. And the first revenue line is total net revenue from state forest lands, the harvest of forest products. And you can see that's a high level, and it is projected to go even higher. The next line down is the revenue that we distribute to the counties and the local taxing districts. And that is the green line, and you can see it trends along as we'd expect because that revenue distribution rate is set at about 66%. The next revenue line for ODF, and this really speaks to our financial viability, is the blue line. And you can see that trends along too and is projected to go higher and then come closer again down in 2022. So the last line I'll be speaking to is the ODF expenses, which is the red line, and that's our expenses through time. You can see there's some movement in it, but it's really holding flat, and then it's projected to come out here at a slight increase there. So when we're focusing the conversation today on the blue and the red line, and really talking about the long-term financial viability of the State Forest Division. And so when we look at the current increases in revenue, there's three main factors that have played into those. One is the pricing. And so the forest products industry has been in a very prosperous time, and we've reaped the benefits of that. And you can see it has really helped us with our revenue in there. So that is good. Unfortunately, that is outside of our control. We're at the, influence of international markets there, and we already see those prices trending down. The next thing that has really helped us to increase those revenues is the timing of harvest. And so purchasers have harvest sales at a very fast pace, a really increased pace and scale that we've ever seen before. And so I've talked before about we have these 3-year contracts. Usually those contracts go first year logging, maybe second, or definitely by the 3rd year they get logged. There was an instance this summer where Liz signed a contract in the morning and they started logging in the afternoon. And so we've never had kind of that rapid response. And to put numbers to it, purchasers harvest 350 million board feet this year, and we only sold 266 million board feet. So they harvested many times beyond what we sold. And what that tells us is there's not a lot of inventory that they have under contract that they haven't harvested. And so that rapid harvest is also going to go down in the next few years too. And so that's the other reason for the trending downward in the lines is the prices and then the rate of harvest. So the third thing that I'm very proud of that influenced these prices and revenue, and we have a lot of control over, is our business improvements. And we've adapted our business practices and been really thoughtful in these times of financial challenges to try to get the most value out of every tree we harvest. And so not just looking at volume, but really looking at the value and changing our marketing strategies and changing some of our sale when we sell sales. And so that will last us into the future while these other things will not. So as far as expenditures, the red line, we've done many things over the years to try to control those red lines, from reductions in staffing to hiring freezes, and then really trying to be as efficient as possible on our business. One of the key things, though, to keep in mind is the way we've been able to hold this line flat is not fully implement the forest management plan. And so there is 3 levels of implementation based on funding, and we've been at level 2 implementation for about the last decade. And that really reduces our overall cost by several $1 million a year. And so that's an important thing to keep in mind when we think about the long-term financial viability and the needs of the plan. And so we are not fully implementing the plan. And I could see we've got some thoughtful looks there. I'll read you the definition of what level 2 is. And this is out of the forest management plan. The definition, level 2 is defined as minimum activity is necessary to achieve social, economic, and environmental benefits, include high priority monitoring, while emphasizing activities with higher economic returns. And so we've been in that mode of providing a suite of greatest permanent value benefits. We've been doing some high priority monitoring, but really emphasizing those activities with higher economic returns. And if you think about those statements and you look, I apologize, if you look at these lines, why we're in this level 2, there was years we were not covering our expenditures. So we were deficit spending and not having a net operating income that we're seeing. So that's an important thing to remember. The full implementation is called level 3, and the statement there, the definition is fully implement all strategies and monitoring plans. And I'd say I was not here, but looking back at the record and talking to people, it was about 2007, 6, 7, possibly parts of 8 that we were into that full level 3, implementing all the monitoring and all the strategies in the current management plan.
So right up to the Great Recession, essentially.
Yes, yes, yeah, please. I didn't write the definition down, but it's, so it's not a direct quote, but it is legally and mandated. So it's basically meet your legal obligations. And we've never been at a level 1, but it's, sorry, it's legal and contractual mandates. And so basically stay in compliance with the law and your contracts that you have signed. So again, thankful for the good times. We have had an all-time high last year in 2018 of revenue at 128 million. That's good business. We are projected to be at about 139 million in revenue this year. We're on track to meet that. But again, long term, we do see those trends going back down and our expenditures continue to rise. So the next slide I will show you quickly is, this is our Forest Development Fund. That's kind of shorthand or longhand for our operating accounts and our savings account. As you can see, again, we've got dollars on the left and time on the right. It is projected to increase. And because of that, we are feeling good, these balances, that the division is good to operate for the next few years. We've got a good operational balance, and to the extent that we can cover a mild recession or other interruptions in business, and we're feeling good about that. Because of those, we have been investing more into the forest. And so this year we put an extra $1 million of investment into the forest above our, standard budget. And we invested in that variety of things that meet the greatest permanent value and provide those benefits. So one, as an example, is young stand management. We did more pre-commercial thinning than we've been able to afford in the past 4 or 5 years. That pre-commercial thinning is for forest health, for increased growth, and then also in some cases for fuel reductions. So that's a good investment that we make. On the education side, we invested in the pavilion, the education pavilion at the Tillamook Forest Center. There was a lot of donor money that put into there, so we're very thankful for them, and State Forest put some money into that. On the recreation side, again, this year, our fiscal budget will start in July, so we're putting those budgets together. We're proposing some new mountain bike trails on that. We funded recently a retrieval study for some monitoring. We are also in collaboration with the federal services for a cabinet conservation agreement with assurances around the Fisher, and to be able to fund that and that work. So those are the types of things that we are reinvesting some of this money back into the forest. So when we think about this slide, I'm going to go back to it, and we have worked hard to adapt our business practices and adapt our organization so we can meet the try to achieve financial viability with the current plan that we have. Using what we've learned through business and organizational changes and management changes on the landscape, I'll give you a couple examples. In marketing, again, we put more emphasis on the value of timber versus the volume that we're selling. And so that sale timing throughout a calendar year, we recognize that prices kind of fluctuate even in the control of those international markets. And we've been trying to time the higher prices of the year. And again, it's predictive services, but we're working on that. We are definitely on the value of the sales, looking at how much investment we have to put in. So capital investment as far as road improvements and other things to get those sales harvested. And then we are, looking closely at how much volume we sell in a year. So we're still selling that. But one of the things previously, we always considered it really bad business if we took a sale to auction and it had a minimum bid and didn't sell. And the reality there is in the last 5 or 6 months with the markets trending down, we've had plenty of no bid sales. And really what we're saying there is we have timber, we know it's valuable, and we know it'll sell out into the future. So we are going to get the best price for it again. And so those are the kind of the business changes on the marketing side. On the organizational side, Tom mentioned the Great Recession. We did lay off or reduce the workforce by about 30%. It was about 70 positions at the time. What that did was reduce us down to a workforce that was more stable in all market conditions. And so that has served us well. What we have gone through in the last year and a half and continue to work through is a reorganization to take that workforce of around 200 employees and position them in the most effective and efficient way possible to really get our work done. So these are all things that we work to and continue to work to make this plan work. But as we work with you to improve and change the forest management plan. So with that, I think that'll be that on the financials, but really open to any questions.
I think we'll now go on to public comment, then we'll have you back.
Thank you.
So we've got 2 panels, as I mentioned earlier, and then several people who have signed up to testify after that. So the first panel we'll have is Bob Van Dyke as speakers 1, 2, and 3. Anyway, Bob, you'll have 15 minutes. You can, we'll track this time. And we appreciate your coming today.
Well, while the presentation gets set up, maybe I'll... thank you. While the presentation gets set up, I'll just start by introducing myself. For the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. A couple of different things I'd like to say starting. One is that I appreciate very much some extra time today. I know sometimes there's like a lot of people come and testify and you only get to hear 3 minutes each, and it's sort of hard to get more depth in 3 minutes. So I appreciate having more time. I will say too that I was contacted by I think a list of us got an email from the agency saying, hey, you know, there's time for a panel. And so I agreed to be on it, but I solicited others, I guess I'll say, for them to come as well, and was not successful in having any of them agree to come. It's obviously a busy time with a legislative session going on. So so I guess I just mean to say I don't mean to hog this time, but I did make a little bit longer presentation since there weren't others who had come forward today to speak. So great, thank you. I'd also like to say these comments, what I also did is I drafted a set of points that I was likely to touch on today, and I shared those with a longer group. And I heard back from a bunch of people that said, yeah, you know, this sounds good, et cetera. Others, I heard nothing. I didn't hear any objections. I heard some additions. But I don't, in saying that, mean to say that I'm representing specific others today, because I didn't actually take this presentation and testimony and provide it to others. So it's just me in the end. Okay, so here's what I'm going to talk about today. First, I'm going to talk about the ODF document that was presented today. Then I want to bore down a little bit further on the financial challenge that the department describes. And then lastly, I want to really drill down a little deeper on this question of discretion and flexibility, because I've heard a lot from the department, and in their narrative is a sense that they feel constrained by the current commitments, and they need more discretion. They like to have more discretion on a variety of things. And I think my organization, certainly others I work with, I think feel just the opposite. Like there need to be some much firmer constraints on the agency regarding some matters. And so I'll try to explain why I make that point today. So I would like to start by expressing quite a bit of disappointment, I think, in the document today, because as you all know, this process started in 2011. And so the department sort of has been commissioned to just do its plan for some months now. And then in November, the board, I thought, was pretty clear in saying, hey, bring something back that's pretty sharp about what exactly you plan to do, how it will increase conservation exactly, and how it will increase financial viability. So, for me, it didn't meet that mark. So let me go ahead then. So oh my, I see it's got some kind of, yes. So here are some issues the document identified. One is that in some cases, thinning doesn't produce the structure that's desired. Another is that some parts of the forest are not economical to harvest. And I think even Commissioner Sweet mentioned this earlier. There's been a long-standing understanding that there are Swiss needlecast problems and there's steep problems and steep ground problems in the Tillamook in particular. That the 5 stand types we've got now are really not adequate to capture the habitat conditions out in the forest. That full implementation is not possible now. And what I take that to mean, it's not defined exactly in the document, but we sort of heard Mr. Pugh mention it today. It feels like it's about a 30 or 40% increase in staff would sort of get back to the full implementation level where the department was before. And that regional habitat goals are desirable. This is another core message that I got out of the document today. So on the not so great or we have concern side is that there's really not much evidence given for these assertions. It really seemed to me to primarily read as anecdotes. So for example, how much of the forest responds well to thinning? What have you learned over the 15 years about the places it's working? Is it some districts in particular? They mentioned some habitat types, but it would have been nice to try to quantify those habitat types to some degree and say, look, these are the areas it seems to be working. Is it a third of the forest? Is it a quarter of the forest? How much does it work well? Similarly, how much of the forest is not economical to harvest? And I think this is mainly the Tillamook district they're talking about, but it feels to me like there could have been data presented on, here's how many acres, here's the percentage of the Tillamook district, and within those acres, here's the percentage that's expected to become complex, which is just silly. It's not going to get complex in its current condition, et cetera. So more detail there, evidence would have helped me understand the case they were making. Furthermore, I didn't find that there were really good explanations of the strategies they were suggesting. So for example, it wasn't clear what indicators are going to distinguish seral stages that are different from the current approach. So the current approach is also a seral stage. It's 5 seral stages they've got, and they've got some habitat metrics. I don't think the document that was presented in the packet described the 3 classes that they presented today. But even then, I don't think it's just age. I mean, it seems like there are going to be some other indicators there, whether it's snags or down wood present, layering, the very kind of things that are in the stand structure. So it wasn't clear to me what indicators are actually going to be used. That is, how different is it really from the current plan? There also wasn't a good explanation from our view of which species were going to benefit from the new plan. What kind of habitat types that are now in short supply will there be more of in the future? And particularly, of course, species of concern is what the organization I'm with and the ones we work with care about. Another thing that needed more explanation was how much more revenue this was going to produce. So there's a revenue problem. What's the magnitude here? Or is it 10% more? Is it 20% more? Is it 50% more? I didn't have a sense of that at all. There's a possibility, but again, not an explanation. And lastly, it was not clear at all to me how ODF is going to deal with migrating species of concern. Because if you've got durable conservation areas, unless you liquidate the habitat outside of those durable conservation areas, you're likely to have species leaving those conservation areas, migrating elsewhere. And then you're going to need to be surveying for them in a take avoidance approach. And then new areas may get encumbered, which is the exact problem we're facing now, which is why the HCP is on the table. So it was just not clear to me. They also talked about how in some cases it might be desirable because federal lands were nearby to not locate conservation areas, sort of for example, in a parcel that's surrounded by federal land. But it may be because the federal land is around it that's all the more likely that you're getting rare species migrating onto the parcel. So you may not even be able to, putting that as a location to harvest might not be a good idea because you may not be able to do so because of the effect of the surrounding federal land. So there was just a lot more, that particularly, it was not clear to me how this dealt with the species migration question that we've got now. Okay, so some really good information. That was in there. Let's try again. This was really helpful. I appreciate the department bringing forward these cost and revenue numbers. And also I requested the department produced, I think they'd produced this maybe a little while back. Still trying. This really helpful, this is a great graphic of FTE trajectory over time. So it shows the number of staff for the department. And then, it's got these great little narrative pieces that showed, what was happening over time, like the Elliott staffing being lost or recession and the funding adjustment happened already. But it had the FTE trajectory there. So, so that's good stuff that they provided. Also, what was really notable to me, this high fund balance. And I went back and looked when this process started in 2011, the department had a goal of a $10 million fund balance, keeping it at least at $10 million and not falling below 10 million. And obviously the dollars have been inflated, but it looks like we're headed for a $60 million fund balance now. That in part is related to this. This is an ODF document actually that's presented to the legislature. I'm not sure all the board is aware, but the board has performance measures that are set for the department that are reported to the legislature. And the orange line shows what the target is that the board has set some years ago. This graph is from 17. And you can see a 3% increase was the goal, and then it went down to a 1.5% increase in the target for revenue. And you can see that the department in 14, 15, 16, 17 really blew through those goals. And I think that's partly because of a high harvest target, but then also high timber prices. You got this. So as I see all this, it says, hey, the financial situation's looking pretty darn good. $60 million we're headed to in the bank. Okay. So what's missing then for us are specifics. What is the problem exactly? Now, they mentioned that sure, timber prices are going to go down, but how far are they going to go down? What kind of estimates do you have? Where are the costs of the department anticipated going? And I've mentioned this cost issue to you before, and I've been concerned that my perception is that it may be the case that the costs of providing agency services per unit of agency service are going up much faster than inflation. So I've been interested in what's that rate of increase. So I may have this wrong, addition wasn't always my best suit. But what I did is I took the FTE and I took the revenue numbers, the expense numbers. So I took expense and FTE so I could look at what's the cost per FTE of the agency over time to try to hold something constant there. So this was a question, why the financial ability challenge with such high revenues? I mentioned that already. And here's what I came up with. So this chart shows in red the sort of compound cost increase of ODF staff from 2010 to the present. And the reason it doesn't appear there at the very start is because I'm bad at making charts, but costs actually went down slightly from 2010 to 2011. So the red line would have gone down. So, and the blue line shows inflation. So, between 2010 and now, inflation's been compounded about 17% total. And ODF costs, compound costs, are about 62% according to the cost per FTE. So I'm happy to provide this data. Yes, Peter, it's been a very low inflation period from 17% compound from 2010 to the present. And I'm happy to provide those figures. It's been running 2% or so, some years less. And again, I'm happy to be corrected. This too may be an artifact of something I don't know, like bookkeeping. It may be that ODF had to keep different things on their ledger that counted as costs that weren't there before, or it may be a simple calculation error on my part. But this is an area of interest for more information for us. Yes. This is just taking your total cost that you have there as expense, is how you put it, and then I took FTE just to sort of use a controlling thing. And that's why I'm saying you may have some new cost that's in there that I'm not aware of, or it could even be an accounting artifact. I know accounting rules change over time, and what DAS wants you to keep on the books or not may matter. So anyway, I just mean to equivocate on these, but call it to attention, an area that needs attention. And I guess what I would ask also is just, what's it look like going out from here? Are there projections of the current budget? What are the projected growth rates 10 years out or more, so we know what the problem is we've got to solve? Okay, so that's all that. Okay, so this is the last point I want to make, which is about the flexibility issue, right? There's this concern that ODF is sort of boxed in by the plan to some extent. And I got to say the conservation community had a very discouraging experience regarding our confidence in ODF's commitment to conservation in the last year's planning process. And I want to use an example from the Astoria district about discretion and implementation. So this is the Clatsop State Forest Astoria district. They're not quite synonymous, or almost the same thing. It's basically the state forest land. The Clatsop there is in brown. The Clatsop's really a notable forest because it didn't burn up nearly as bad as the Clatsop, as a Tillamook. It's much less steep ground. Trees grow faster there. So even though the Clatsop, the Astoria district is much smaller than the Tillamook district, they produce more volume. because it's very rich ground there. And because it's got the fast growing ground there, it also produces the complex structures more quickly. So this is an area where habitat is more likely to be developed, and there is more habitat. So in 2003, half the district, 50%, that's the stuff in green, was designated to become complex on the Clatsop State Forest. And then in 2009, that was changed to 40% was, and these decisions were made at, these are the discretion of the state forester, gets to decide what the goal is within a range. And then in 2011, that was reduced to 30% as the complex goal. And so that's where we've been since 2011. Now here's the concern I've got with the discretion. Last year, the department moved around 5,000 acres in this complex forest. So they took some out and they put new forest in. And what they did by and large is they took older forests out to open them to clear cutting so they could keep revenues up. And then they put young clear cuts and young undiverse stands in the complex area. And this chart provided by ODF shows that. The blue bars to the right show excess of stands 70 to 90 years old that were moved out of a protective designation. And to the left are the orange bars that show a lot of acres 0 to 40 years being added that don't have as much habitat value. Okay, I'll finish. Thank you, sir. So here's what I want to say very briefly. This is the map that we were given to explain it. One sheet of paper that covered 1,000 square miles. And this is the documentation that was given for it. Less than 1 page of text. And our coalition asked that the department delay this so that there could be more public process, and that was rejected. So we don't feel like, and we talk to our lawyers, there's nothing we can do about this legally. The department had the authority to make this decision. But this didn't build in us confidence that, hey, ODF is really pinched by this structure-based management, or that they're, so I just close by saying, I'm sorry, Chair Imison, for running over, but I close by saying, if the plan is going to be changed moving forward, we'd like to see some more process-based requirements. So if there's going to be a plan, a change of a complex designation, that there's a scientific review, or there's some component of third-party review, or some explanation more than less than 1 sheet of paper required. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have run over time. Oh, and I'm happy to answer questions, of course, if anyone has.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Seth Barnes, Rex Storm, and Scott Gray. And tell us how you want to shoot. Do you want just to put 15 minutes on that you'll use as a group, or does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay. Thank you.
They're going to let the new guy go first.
Welcome.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. My name is Scott Gray. I am the Timberland and Log Procurement Manager for Stimson Lumber Company, and this is the first time I've ever spoken in front of the Board of Forestry, so thank you for this opportunity. The reason I've come to talk to you today is about an issue that's been mentioned a couple times already, and that is Liz Dent talked about it in her presentation, and the commissioner from Coos County talked about it, and that is the Swiss needle cast and mature alder stands. And it was listed as one of the conservation commitments. And so I'd like to talk about that, because these stands could be over 100,000 acres or more, and without investment, these stands won't be available for future generations to use and enjoy. These stands basically are not growing, and trees that aren't growing aren't sequestering carbon. In fact, they very well may be releasing carbon as they degrade. I'm very familiar with these type of stands because we do have these type of stands on our ownership. And so if I may, I humbly present an approach on how to deal with these stands. The first step I would say would be to develop a working group of ODF personnel, operational and reforestation foresters, to focus on the restoration needs of these stands. The charge of this group would be to develop an action plan that would be part of the new FMP. As the group begins this work, they should identify the areas in each district that need to be treated And this is the very fundamental step that needs to be done that will be important in the next steps as the plan is developed. And as with any action plan, there's a budget that will be associated to accomplish that. And without knowing it, Liz Dent kind of mentioned the same kind of categories that I think they should be put in. As you identify these stands, you should put them in 3 different financial matrix. One would be those stands that are going to lose money when you convert them. You can use your best estimates of cost and revenue and calculate how much those losses are in those acres, and you have one bucket filled up with the acres and the loss. Then you'd have those stands that will probably come close to breaking even, and you would then get those and roll those up by district into the plan. And then you would have those stands that when you do convert, you will actually make money on. And in 2018, a lot of these stands probably would have made money because of the high log prices. And roll all those things together and you have a plan, basically. And it takes time, it takes work, but when you come after it and approach it in this system, I think it's very doable. One thing I'd like to mention too is that there's a lot of industry with experience, industry folks with experience, and we would be glad to help and talk about the challenges. Nothing more foresters like to talk about than growing trees. And so we would make ourselves available, I'm sure, to help out with this if asked. And I would also maybe say that ODF might want to consider having a county representative to work in this working group to provide for visibility and endorsement of the actions. A process like this needs to happen to identify the actions needed, timeline, and budget. Before any incremental funding is requested, this process should and needs to be completed. Finally, I'd just like to say that these unproductive stands are not the inheritance we want to leave a future generation. A plan should be made as part of the FMP to convert these stands to vigorously growing conifer stands for future generations to use and enjoy for timber production, for recreation, for wildlife, for carbon sequestration, for many, many uses. To me, this isn't an issue about making money or conservation or both, but it's really a question about legacy and what we want to leave the future generations. Thank you.
Chair Imison, board members, and State Forester Doherty. My name is Rex Storm. I'm Forest Policy Manager with Associated Oregon Loggers. We're encouraged that the board is proceeding toward revising and adopting a new and improved forest plan. We support many of the plan's considerations and offer several perspectives from our decades of Oregon forestry experience. Together, as your forestry partner, we share common visions for the state forest active management that improves harvest and forest health. Healthy managed forests are where vigorously growing trees capture the most carbon. Harvested and standing trees both store carbon, and managed forests are the most resilient to minimize smoke emitting wildfires. We encourage the board and the department to strengthen the plan to empower professional discretion of the state forest managers. I concur with my colleagues' remarks. We support a strong plan revision under a take avoidance strategy, which would optimize revenue, timber conservation, and using long-term adaptive management. We support the inclusion of climate carbon guiding principle because active forest management by forest professionals is Oregon's leading carbon sequester. We support the proposed plan revision solutions to remedy those department stated barriers that you heard about earlier. At this time, I'd like to address my concerns about the state forest plan revision versus the current forest plan. We are concerned that the plan revision anticipates that active forest management would only occur on about 50% of the state forest land base. We urge an increase of this percentage. Projected revenues are overly optimistic. The Board of Forestry chart that you just saw earlier in the presentation referring to financial metrics, we are concerned that the potential total revenue projection for 2020 to 22 may be too high in our experience and judgment. And on a similar vein, we're concerned that the ODF expenses may be understated in that same chart. Without a plan revision, the status quo of projected revenues and net operating income for that period of projection, 2020 to 2022, we believe may be overly optimistic. I raise this issue because there remains a fiscal reason to revise the forest plan. In summary, plan revision is motivated by more than just one or two imperatives to achieve improved future state forest management. The department and the board has an opportunity to improve forest management cost effectiveness and efficiency of the departments operating the plan. Improved harvest revenue long-term, improved conservation, recreation, and carbon long-term, and improved net operating income for the Forest Development Fund balance in a manner that would self-fund the Department of Forestry State Forest Program in perpetuity. Thank you for your consideration.
Chair Emerson, there we go. Chair Emerson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes. Can I get a time check? I'm just not sure. I should have started all. Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks a lot. So I'd start my testimony by echoing that of my colleagues and also saying that for the record, we wholeheartedly support the process moving forward of developing a new forest management plan. We think it's vital. It's really important. We think the department has done a good job of at least starting that conversation about the need. I do agree that there's a need for more detail in all of that, and I would hope that that is going to be part of the discussion moving forward as we get into what a new plan would look like. I think that, or we feel strongly that the public meetings that you're holding following the FTLAC and the opportunity to look at the data, for those of us who are participating there, that's been a very good opportunity to have open dialogue with the department, good discussion with the department, get some of these things clarified, and a good back and forth between agency staff and those who are participating. So I appreciate that. Now, I'd like to change gears just for a quick second and talk about something that's been brought up several times by this board or members of this board. I'm slightly disappointed that there's a few members missing today, but nevertheless, I want to address this notion of climate change and whether it is or is not addressed in a forest management plan, or even folks have even brought it up in the context of the Forest Practices Act. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about that here today and take some of this time to talk about it. And it does pertain to the forest management planning process. And I'll just read some of my testimony here. I would start by telling you about a person I worked closely with. And I really wanted to tell this story because I think it's a synopsis of what a good, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to get at here. I'm going to tell you a story about a person I worked with named Bruce. Bruce was one of the most down-to-earth, loyal, and hardworking men I knew. He was a mentor and a friend, getting out of the truck every morning, lacing up the weather-worn boots as the cloud-covered sun came over the horizon, was bordering, and putting on the rain gear was bordering on sacred for Bruce. Walking in the woods together for many years created a strong sense of both friendship and shared stewardship. For over 40 years, Bruce was a fixture in those forests. It was like a second home to him. It's hard for me to even imagine those places without him there. His greatest pride was tending the young forests and watching them grow. It always made me smile to see the pride he had for sections of the forest that he had helped establish, like a father beaming as he looked over his children. If you've ever been out with a forester like that, there's many of them, and that is what it's like. Whether it was designing the right harvest system, finding a solution to a particularly tricky stretch of road or a stream crossing, or diagnosing disease-ridden or damaged portions of the forest and prescribing a treatment to nurse the land and the forest back to health, this was a calling for Bruce. He was a forester in the truest sense of the word. Stewardship to Bruce was not a fancy buzzword or something he wrote in emails or bumper stickers. It was just simply what he embodied. It was in the heart and soul of who he was. Bruce is not alone in his approach to his life's calling. I've literally had the opportunity to work with hundreds of foresters in my career, and one of the common threads that holds the forestry community together is a strong sense of stewardship At the heart of forestry is the science and art of understanding, managing, and caring for forests and the multitude of resources that flow from them over time. The forest sector in the United States, or the first forester in the United States, Gifford Pinchot, kind of set the foundation for that in saying, quote, conservation means the wise use of the earth and its resources for the lasting good of men. There's many other Gifford Pinchot quotes out there, but that was kind of at the center, at the bedrock of this industry and of this profession. A brief overview shows a history of the myriad of situations where this ethic has been borne out, and we don't need to belabor and go into each one of these, but I give you several bullet points there, including the Tillamook burn, everything we learned about reforestation that continues to be a strong push today. How can we get better at this? How can we develop better seed sources? How can we understand growing conditions better? What are the right things to plant where? This is what forestry is all about. And in the 1970s, land use became an emerging concern as populations continued to expand into rural fringes. Again, professional foresters were at the table arguing for the importance of protecting forest land and keeping forest land as working forest land because that produces so much value for us as a society. And they were effective at that. Oregon has done a fantastic job of maintaining our forest lands. You probably won't find the word climate change in any of those studies or historical reviews, but planning for the future context of a changing climate has always been part of forestry. Practicing forestry in the present absolutely involves a recognition and planning for the forest of the future. No single group of professionals have spent more time studying, planning, and implementing practices for a future 50, 100 years and beyond than forestry. Today, we talk in terms of climate change and the need for carbon sequestration. As foresters, we've been playing in that sandbox since the beginning. Because figuring out ways to grow healthy, productive forests and making increasingly more efficient use of carbon-storing wood products that come from those forests is what we do. And I go into a list here of ways that we've done that, and I would leave that to you to read through that list. But I'm sure many, you're already aware of those things, many of them, including studies that talk about the importance of sequestered carbon in the forest and in wood products, CLT and the advancement of wood products, wood utilization, and how we're getting better and better at that as a sector. So while the rule books may not be riddled with the term climate change, forestry practices, including the Oregon Forest Practices Act and the Common Practices of Oregon State Forest Program, are full of real, tangible outcomes of a profession focused on leading the world to sustainability, conservation, and stewardship. And I would sum up by saying, by the time climate change began to emerge as a topic du jour for columnists and policymakers, Bruce's career had nearly reached its own culmination of mean annual increment, and he had officially hung up his rain gear to dry for the last time. But his legacy, and he's not alone, of healthy, vigorous forests and homes built with wood he tended and harvested will stand as a testament to his stewardship long after the debates have faded. What I mean to say is that forestry explicitly takes it into account all of these important facets that we are discussing. And that's not to say that climate change shouldn't be discussed by this board or others. I just want to make sure that there's a strong recognition that forestry has been a leader in this for years, and we will continue to do it. Just because that slogan or that phrase is not listed in a given document does not mean that the impacts of that document are not taken into account. The importance of growing and harvesting and producing wood products forever. Thank you.
Seth, I appreciate that we agree about the need to plan for climate change. I really do appreciate that. I also wanted to just speak to the issue of alder. And, you know, I am in complete agreement that it would be a disservice to not deal with alder for future generations. But I also feel, you know, as I've started to understand the situation, that we're in a position where, given the structure of our situation, that as much as people in the conservation community and in the timber industry and ourselves agree about the need, we're probably not going to be able to deal with a lot of those stands that are not profitable stands to deal with. I mean, that's just a fact. So I'm kind of wondering, what suggestions do you have for us so that we can, because I think there's a lot of folks that agree, yeah, we should be dealing with lots of those stands. So, but it's not going to happen under our current structure. It's just not going to happen. So.
I don't know much about the carbon markets, but I would, and I could be way off. There's probably some people in this room who do, but to me, just in the basic fundamentals of taking a stand that's not sequestering carbon, we have basically we have the opportunity to create healthy stands that are just sucking up carbon, to put it a good way. And I think somebody would probably want to pay for that with all these carbon markets or whatever it is. Like I say, I don't know much about them, but when you have an area that's not sequestering carbon, and let's say it is 50, 100,000 acres, and you turn it into something that's sequestering carbon, that's got to have value to somebody in these markets, I would think. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
I might also add, Jim, to answer your question, Seth Barnes for the record. I agree with you, and that's why that's one of the reasons why the plan needs to change, so we can create mechanisms to try and deal with this. I think it would be a travesty for us to throw our hands up and say that we can't do it.
Okay.
Thank you. We have three more folks, and we'll have 5 minutes each to appear before us. Jason Gonzalez, welcome back. Kathleen Sullivan and Bob Reese.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jason Gonzalez, Walton, Oregon, here on behalf of Oregon Wild and our many members and supporters, as described earlier in the day. I just wanted to address a few things really quick. First of all, Oregon Wild enthusiastically supports and endorses the testimony given here today by Mr. Van Dyke of the Wild Salmon Center. I think he undervalued our trust in him, just representing many of our concerns in his opening comments. And additionally, it came down to I didn't know if I was going to be able to be here till this morning because of the weather out in the Coast Range where we're at, a lot of ice. A couple of things I just wanted to address briefly about the plan concerns that we've looked at and haven't really seen any level of response to. And the main one of those being the issue that I have addressed before this board many times of the use of herbicides on forest land, especially on public lands. I want to remind the board that from the view of Oregonians, state forest lands are just public lands. And I think that many Oregonians view these places the same way that we view federal public lands, which are our lands that are there for us to enjoy, as well as to provide the resources that most folks are focused on here today. I think that it creates a confusing dynamic that federal forest lands stopped the use of helicopter applied herbicides decades ago over concerns of human health and safety, yet folks today recreating in any of the many ways available to them, recreating on state public lands, have no way of knowing that they may be exposed to such things if they just walk over the wrong ridge at the wrong time. I want to encourage this board to consider that in future planning, that the way that we communicate to the public and adjacent landowners, including other public lands like state parks, especially in the North Coast areas, that these areas are incredibly important to consider the users that are actually there. I think that as others have mentioned, the increased pressures on these lands, again, especially on the North Coast areas, the increased pressure from population growing and people coming out into these places creates all the more important dynamic to address this concern. We have people out in these lands that have no way of knowing that there may be a helicopter come flying over the ridge spraying known carcinogens any moment, and we have no way of knowing that those folks are out there either. And so I think that the transparency from the board and the department and how they communicate about such things, or the planning process focusing on limiting the use of such things would be great for future plan considerations. Additionally, I'm really happy actually that the last set of conversation here began to address carbon in a different way than the staff presentation did. The staff presentation in addressing climate change for this plan focused on the impacts of climate change on our forests and on our department. the opposite side of that, which the previous panel and questions began to address, had more to do with sequestration and the ability that our forests have to sequester carbon, which has not been addressed by the staff of this plan. I think it's incredibly important to recognize that Oregon holds global significance in our forest's ability to store carbon. And just in a closing comment here, what I would like to do for you is to read directly to you from the Oregon Global Warming Commission, who is an incredible panel of real experts on this subject, who, believe it or not, seem to have an exact opposite opinion of the popular corporate talking points that we've heard every day, including here today. And I quote, "Based on credible evidence today, forest harvest does not appear to result in net carbon conservation when compared to carbon retention in unharvested forests. The evidence is that significant amounts of carbon are lost at each stage in timber harvest and processing into wood products, and in decomposition at the end of useful product life. Meanwhile, trees remaining in forests are actively withdrawing carbon from the atmosphere. The forest stores and conserves carbon more effectively and for longer periods of time than do most products derived from harvested trees." I was privileged to observe I don't remember the exact title, the head of the Oregon Global Warming Commission, Angus Duncan, in Eugene just this past weekend, where he was doing an incredible job explaining to people that attended his speech about the fact that despite only representing about 60% of the forest land base, our federal forest lands that are managed the least intensively are actually storing 3/4 or more of our carbon, and that our industrial forest lands, especially large industrial ownerships, at a fairly high percentage rate or storing something like 4% of the state's carbon. The reality is that when we mess with forests, we lose carbon. These are the facts. I'm not advocating that we don't touch forests for the sake of storing carbon, but I think it's important to remember that active management is not a carbon sequestration scheme. Healthy forests with growing trees that get bigger and older are what the facts and the science, including OSU research and Oregon's Global Warming Commission, have proven time and time again are the best ways to sequester carbon on our landscape. And given our standing in the world to grow some of the best forests on the planet and what's going on with climate change, I think that our planning processes should take that a lot more seriously and not just think about the way climate change impacts us, but always consider the way that we can be impacting, for the good or the bad, what's going on with climate change globally. Thank you very much.
Mr. Doherty, Chair Imenson, and members of the Board of Forestry. Thank you for hearing our comments today. My name is Kathleen Sullivan. I'm a Clatsop County Commissioner. I'm a County Commissioner from Clatsop County, and the Clatsop representative of the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. And I always struggle a little bit. Do I talk during the FTLAC or do I talk during here? I made the choice today to talk during this time. The FTLAC met February 15th. Clatsop County has paid the dues in full, and I am once again sitting at the FTLAC table. Toward the beginning of the meeting, a statement was shared that was due to the pending litigation, not all topics can be fully discussed. Clatsop County did not join this lawsuit against the state of Oregon. And I suggested that while I can respect their position, I expect Clatsop positions will also be respected. That meeting proceeded well. However, Clatsop did not receive the completed draft of the statement Commissioner Sweet made today until late yesterday. I have not had this chance to discuss with other FTLAC members or my own Clatsop Board of Commissioners. While I understand majority rules, minorities still need to have a voice. At the very least, to be given a draft of comments to be distributed earlier to all the FTLAC members would be appreciated. Now I would like to share Clatsop County's view, and this is something that I bring on a continuous basis, and I will continue to bring to a continuous basis, hopefully. We believe in the greatest permanent value for our public forest lands, revenue, recreation, and habitat. Being a coastal county with the most productive state forest land, forestry jobs and revenue are essential to our county's economy. We also depend on our fishing industry, salmon being paramount. It's important to protect our watersheds and streams. Because of Clatsop's proximity, how close we are to metro areas, and our outstanding natural beauty, we experience an ever-increasing flow of visitors into our county. These visitors want to recreate in our forests and on the coast. We need to serve their needs also. So as we go forward in discussing changes to the forest management plan, we must keep a balanced view of public forests in mind. Sustainable harvest, protecting habitat, protecting watersheds, providing recreational opportunities. It's not an easy task. And my hope is that we will arrive at a plan that clearly reflects Oregon's values, a plan that can be discussed and understood among non-experts and experts alike. We call the Oregon coast the People's Coast. The state forest land could also be called the People's Forest Land. I want to end by saying that I am encouraged that on March 21st, there will be a public meeting to discuss the Habitat Conservation Plan. Clatsop County fully supports an effective and comprehensive habitat conservation plan on our state forest lands as soon as possible that provides certainty in harvest and certainty in conservation. And on a personal note, I would like to thank the board members for recognizing the reality of climate change and how that will affect any forest management plan. I would also like to say congratulations to the operators of the year that were celebrated this year. And I am confident that the forest management plan, as it works to acknowledge the realities of climate change, that our professional foresters will be able to continue harvesting while protecting watersheds, streams, habitat, and given the correct guidance. So I just want to thank you and continue working. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the Board of Forestry. My name is Bob Reese. I am a board member for the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, also representing the Association of Northwest Steelheaders with my testimony. I'd also like to recognize our support for the Wild Salmon Center's testimony Bob Van Dyke delivered today. We are members of a forest conservation coalition that hasn't necessarily gathered in a while, but the views of the Wild Salmon Center with our collective coalition are supported in Bob's testimony. As I've mentioned before, I've been a professional fishing guide of 23 years with a residence of over 2 decades in Tillamook County, Bay City, Oregon in particular, in the Neoconi School District. My daughter went to preschool in Rockaway Beach. I've often said that fish are a forest product too, and our fish need cold, resilient. Our fish are reliant on cold, clean water. As I've testified before this body, all 5 major river systems in Tillamook County fail to meet the minimum temperature standards for the spawning and rearing of wild salmonids. In 2008, an economic study showed that on the North Coast, the outdoor recreational industry, including fishing, hunting, shellfishing, and wildlife viewing, was worth over $140 million a year to the local economy. My family and I were forced to move away from Bay City when sport fisheries could no longer support my family for an annual income. We had extensive closures for fall Chinook and coho salmon in 2018. We will experience that again in 2019 because of crashing Chinook and compromised coho returns. We will sit on the banks of the rivers and the estuary and the ocean again because of depressed runs of those species of fish. That will have a dramatic impact on our industry. Besides a plan that calls for increased harvest in the face of climate change, an increase in pesticide application in our watersheds that provide our drinking water, and continued lethal summer water temperatures that compromise the recovery of wild salmonids, we have other concerns with this plan. There was nothing on how specifically more revenue would be produced or how much would be generated from the new plan. There was no detail on which species specifically would benefit from the new approach. The long-term viability for wild salmon and the economy this product supports is very grim. The reserve fund is estimated to increase to nearly $50 million, and how
will that excess be managed for the future viability of this agency? Is this a good time to invest in more resilient and better functioning ecosystems? How about a return focus on recreational opportunities within our state forest lands? Is there actually a financial viability problem? We'd like to see more clarification and quantifiable benefits of the plan. And finally, the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association and the Northwest Steelheaders believe that the priority should remain in the process of developing a habitat conservation plan for the district. And unless there's a much clearer case for a new direction, that is the process that we support. Thank you.
Questions? Thanks, all of you.
Thank you.
Wilson Company. Yes, I am. Questions, comments, reactions for our team here? Brenda.
Thank you, and thanks for the overview, and thanks for the testimonies. I thought they were very interesting and covered a lot of topics. But one thing that I heard pretty consistently from most of the people, many of the people who presented, was a call for more information, more detail. And so the reason I asked what tools you were using for growth and yield and harvest planning was to inform me about the kinds of information that I thought I should expect in the document that we received. The document we received had no data, and it had no references to scientific information, and it had no projections into the future in terms of a variety of the different things that people commented on here today. And so what I've been trying to think about is what would help us make a better decision in terms of what do we have now with the current plan and where is that taking us as a context for understanding where some new plan might take us. So I'd like to, if I could, Chair Imison, propose a motion. I move that the department staff provide the board with the following information projected over a 20-year harvest plan. Timber volume, costs of implementation at each implementation level, acres and distribution of each structural class, and acres and distribution of habitat for each of the RT&E species that are covered in the area. With FVS, and also with carbon. So I'd add carbon to that. So that's the motion. I would just put it into context by saying with your H&H planning model and your FVS projection tool, all of those are possible.
Okay, is there?
Could I just ask what would be, I mean, how much time would that take for the department to produce something like that, to evaluate? I mean,
And I think, Liz, if you would talk about where we are in the planning process and what we were trying to produce based on board direction from the.
Yeah, I guess I would really like that, because I think that from some of the comments today, it seemed like the comments are almost on a plan that's been further developed than this one is.
So if I could clarify, that's why I'm referring to the current plan as the point of context. I'm not asking for those things under the new plan. I'm asking for these things under the current plan so we can know where we are going under the current plan as a point of comparison then to some future plan that's developed.
Okay. So I need to come back to talk about how much time this would take. And agree with you, Brenda, on the capabilities of doing that. So those are all really good points. And also, I think good information for the decision-making that would be coming into the future. We have maybe the thing that I think may need to be clarified is following up, Peter, on what you were saying, which is where are we in the planning process at this stage? And this will answer your question, I think, or at least set the stage for the conversation. Recall that we had established a process, and actually I'm realizing with all 3 new board members, this may, the royal we had established a process in which we would do this building blocks approach to building a plan so that we could sort of step by step make sure that we are all in alignment with the direction that we are going. And that at the end of that, we would compare the current plan to the proposed plan. So that was the process that we set up. And early on in the process of looking at that, we were actually directed to go ahead and get as far along as we could on a proposed forest management plan while we are working through these different pieces. So that's, that was the vein we've been working in. And then as we started bringing pieces, it became evident that there were requests for other information. This is an example today. The reason we came back with even the material we brought today was a request for other types of information. And so it sort of has spun off in different ways. So I recognize that, and that's coming from a lot of really important and valuable questions. So that's, I think, part of the challenge in terms of being able to get our arms around what exactly is the best way to set the stage for this conversation. I would make the case that these are all really important and valuable metrics, and in my view, would be useful in a comparison of a proposed plan to the current plan. The reason I say that is that, as I mentioned, we started the project, if you will, in 2012, following a financial viability analysis that was completed in 2011. And so much of the work that we're talking about in terms of financial assessments were done then. And then throughout the process, we've done additional analyses, some of which are speaking, Brenda, to the points that you're making here. My concern is, or maybe the way that I could see this playing out, and I would want to have full awareness and conversation with the board, is are we going back to that point of what is the case to be made for change in the plan financially and conservation wise, and do we decide to move forward on it? I want to be really clear and careful if that's the decision we're making. I think we're seriously going to have to step back and figure out what that looks like and sort of how much time it would take. The direction we've been moving forward on is to develop a plan and then to compare the proposed plan to the current plan with the metrics that would help then with the decision making. I feel like those are we're kind of stuck in between how we started, the decision to change the plan, how we decided we would do it, and where we are now and into the future.
I'd like to just say, and there's a motion on the table. I don't know if you want to.
Motion has not been seconded.
Yeah, I'll provide a second. I share the frustration, and I'm sure your frustration too, Liz, but I share Brenda's frustration in that, we've been presented with a lot of concepts. They generally seem to make sense, but we're presented with very few facts and in really hard facts that we can compare or comparisons of what would happen on the ground, and I know all of this is tough, and I apologize that you got us 3 newbies, but fact is we are dealing with few facts, and it really compromises us, I think, in terms of our ability to make a good decision here. And there's a number of sides to this, and
I would kind of like to comment because I'm somewhat responsible for the process that we're going through. And when I came in on the Board of Forestry as the state forester, the board was delving into methodologies of inventory. And I had thought the board had really gotten into the weeds and told the board that during the interview process. And so still hired me, which I thought, okay, well, we want to make decisions at the right policy level. So the strategy we're taking, and it's turned out to be more challenging than we thought, was this step process where we start with principles. Can we agree on principles? And then goals and strategies. But what we're finding is that at every step of the way, people are uncomfortable about committing to principles without knowing what the outcome of that principle is. And the same with the goals and the strategy. I can't evaluate the strategies until I know what they produce.
If I could just follow up on that, Peter, I understand the need for a board to take the high level view. But the document that was just presented lays out a number of principles, and I agree with Jim that some of them make sense, some of them are very confusing. A durable conservation area in a dynamic forest system is counterintuitive. Habitat is used as a term in about 3 or 4 different ways throughout the document. There are no references to any scientific information. There's no monitoring data as the base of it, a basis for making a change. And what I'm seeing is one principle in the new proposed forest plan is the use of adaptive management, which would entail monitoring, which would mean that we could improve it in the future. But under the current plan, we don't have any data from monitoring, even though adaptive management was part of that plan. So I'm just raising the question here, given the current plan, where is that going to lead us if we were to stick with it? And is it going to take us in a direction that is falling off a cliff? And if that is the case, then let's learn now. And then we need to explore some new paths forward. But if it's not, then why are we taking this step-by-step process and spending state dollars to go through that when we don't know if that's really necessary at this point?
Well, I mean, if we go back a ways, we started this out because the Board of Forestry, which none of us were on at the time, although I think Cindy and Nils were both on it, none of us who are sitting here today were on at the time, had commissioned an effort to look at the financial viability of state forests. And they came in, and this was, I think, my first board meeting, with a report that indicated that we had some real issues arising from a whole number of things, including the fact that the Forest Development Fund had essentially been raided by the legislature, and that the current activities on state forests were leading us into a place where we would have been out of money. I can't remember if it was by now, but it was not too far off from now. Obviously, some of those conditions have changed, and you've identified where things are with the Forest Development Fund now, but we still face this issue about, is it, you know, to put it maybe another way, financially sustainable management. And so we've been through a lot, and we've had starts and restarts on this issue. And I think what folks were trying to provide today was, you know, again, information that was requested, which are what are some of the barriers? What is the problem with the current plan that we see? And it's not to, I think, wholesale blast the current plan, but over the time that it was last modified in 2010, is that right?
Are you asking about the last revision?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in 2010.
Yeah, and that we've learned a lot. And so I actually thought that staff has done a good job here in identifying some of the barriers and some of the concepts for addressing those barriers. And then, you know, this vision for the revised forest management plan. So it wasn't meant to be a detailed plan. And I think the feedback on it is, as I said earlier today, is important to hear, but it is more conceptual that we're talking about. And Peter's right, we wanted to, you know, do sort of a stepwise approach to this. I would feel, and we can, it's not inappropriate, obviously, to have a motion from a board member at this point. If this is something that, the question you're raising would would sort of signal a wholesale change, I would feel, I would vote against it for a couple reasons. One is, and it's no fault of any of us are here, but we're missing 3 board members right now. So we'd be doing this with a bare minimum of a quorum to do it. And it sounds like it's a more major issue and something that should be dealt with in that way. And I worry about, does this mean we are starting back at the beginning, which I think, and I realize I'm the only one here at this moment who was there when we started on this, but we have, I think it's not really keeping faith with the effort that we have embarked on. And another reason where I think that, we need to be able to engage people internally and externally on this question of direction before we change direction.
I want to, a lot of this conversation started with the financial viability issue, and just to express my frustration, I think now in 2 previous board meetings, I have brought up the issue of, so what is the effect of PERS costs on the agency? Seems like a relatively simple question. I know, local government school districts all across the state are projecting out the effect of PERS, over the next 10 and 20 years. And I have gotten 0 feedback, no answer, nothing on that issue. And it's clear to me that it got to be having a significant effect on the department. And I'm using this as an example. I know it's not one of the direct issues in terms of what you're working on, but we're just sitting out here being expected to make these choices and make a decision with just lots of talk and not a whole lot of facts.
So,
Just wanted to respond to Tom's comment. I don't see it as going back to the beginning, Tom. I think the question is, should we continue? And if we do, based upon what context?
Well, and I was kind of repeating Liz's question about going back to the beginning. And I think you should also respond to what it would entail to respond to the question that Brenda was trying to raise in her motion.
And so I just did want to close out. So we started attempting to start at a high policy level and check through. And what we're finding is we're being challenged to have that work with the board and with stakeholders, because one of the comments I keep hearing about is, where are the details? Where are the details? All the time. And so people are, at least it seems they're struggling to make high policy choices without the specifics of what those would outcome. And so we've been talking internally about just moving forward and finishing a draft forest management plan, and then begin that comparison. Where would we go with the current plan? Where would we go with the new plan? And then see which one is better.
I would want to, clarify. I mean, we're supposed to be a policy board, so I get it. We can't, have all the specifics and all of that, and have this all laid out and have it all in nice graph form. I get that. A few specifics would be really useful.
Well, and we would have a lot of specifics before we agree to a new plan.
Yeah.
But I wasn't referring to the new plan. I was referring to the current plan as a point of context as we go forward, so that we can understand whether the steps that are being taken, the principles that are being laid out, which are not supported by the literature, the ideas that are being put forward are reasonable to move us in a direction that will be better than where we are now. And we can't do that if we don't know where we are now.
So I want to start by saying, we're very aware that we serve for the board, and we want at the divisional level to provide you the information you need for decision making. So as far as the motion, again, we work for you, and so you can
But you have to tell us what the motion means to you.
And that's exactly my point. And so, thank you, Tom. That's where I'm getting to, is it will greatly affect the timeline for the development of new forest management plan, and it will greatly affect the development of the habitat conservation plan. And so today, as we sat here and we brought you new information, and we appreciate that opportunity, and I was on the financials, and then we were on the barriers and vision, which were all new work products. It did delay the work on the habitat conservation plan on my end. I'm not getting my work done, and people let me know that, and that's fine. And other work was not done to bring the barriers and visions. The stuff we were planning to bring originally in the schedule will be later in June for now. And so, again, with the motion, it will significantly adjust both plans. Got the list down here, but I don't know what the workload is. I'd have to talk with staff. But
So quick question then, if you were to abandon the efforts with this revised forest plan and just look at the HCP, would that be a more doable workload for you?
we are currently balancing our workload with our technical experts across these two big projects and some other legal obligations that we have to take care of. And so, you know, if it's a holistic question that we'd have to step back and again, come back with more information.
But I mean, this body decided to work towards both of those outcomes, forest management plan and the HCP. I mean, this body voted for that, to move forward with that. I think that's very important. And so I'm just not comfortable changing direction here and moving staff off of that plan. I'm not.
So there's a motion on the table. It's been seconded. Is there further discussion?
To have a vote, is there?
Hmm?
You have a reason to have a vote?
Well, that's what we would get to. I'm just asking if there's any further discussion before we go to a vote. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? No. So the motion does not carry.
Next step.
That concludes the presentation. In terms of next steps, our plan at this point is to come back after we've reassessed based on what we've heard today. We'll come back in April primarily to give an update on the HCP, but we'll be able to provide an update on the FMP work as well.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a 15-minute vote. I mean, 15-minute break. And then return for item number 6.
So 3:35.
Let's make it 3:30. We'll be back at 3:30.
Back at 3:30. Oh, again. So actually, we don't track first, but we can get you the.
Okay, we're reconvening now with agenda item 6, Committee for Family Forest Lands, Forest Dwelling Allowance. Kyle, hi.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Emerson, board members, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Kyle Abraham and I serve as the Deputy Chief for the Private Forest Division. Thank you for the time on the agenda today. It's my pleasure to introduce here today in front of you the chair for the Committee for Family Forest Lands, Evan Barnes, the Northwest landowner representative, Bonnie Shoemaker, also a voting member on the committee, Jim James, executive director for OSWA, and Mariel Darzan, staff attorney for Thousand Friends. This group has worked over the last 6 months to a year on a concept of succession planning, particularly for dwelling allowances on forest land, and have some information to share with you today. You'll notice that we did change the staff report so that it does not have a recommendation in front of the board at this time. With that, I'll turn it over to Chair Barnes.
Good afternoon. I am the chair. I didn't run for the position, but I was volunteered for it and I accepted it willingly.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. So we've got a whole pile of things here, but I think we want to go through it as briefly as possible to keep the meeting moving. It's something that came up to us. Succession planning is a major factor for family forest lands. And Jim will correct me or kick me under the table if I quote figures wrong, but about 70,000 ownerships in the state of Oregon. And we'd like to try to tease out those acreages exactly, but they run from about 10 acres up to about 5,000. And with the predominant size being somewhere in the couple hundred acre size. For us, my wife and I own 80 acres of timberland in Douglas County. And one of the major problems is who is going to take over this land when we go. And I'm not planning on going anywhere for 50 years, but if unfortunately some of my kids take me away, somebody will have to take over this property. And invariably the properties are subject to then, because we're in the wildland urban interface, a subdivision, land partition. That's the pressure that happens. So we'd like to see that squelched and a way for succession to happen. And the idea is being that if family members or relatives within a scope of how we make the rules when this does or does not go through, people could assume the ownership and under the guidance of the previous owners, learn about timber, tree farming, and most importantly, I think on the agenda is fire protection and then eventual suppression if need be. If we don't bring fire into the conversation, we'll be missing the biggest thing that hurts us, because when all these big fires that have been roaring through us happen, we won't have anything to talk about because there won't be any trees. And I don't know where the march stops, and I know there's efforts to work on that, but that's certainly a factor. But I'll turn it over to Bonnie from here. And I am the Southern Oregon land representative on the committee.
Good morning, board members, Chair Imison, and State Forester Peter Doherty. I was here last July representing the Committee for Family Forest Lands, and I'm happy to be here again, meet the 3 new board of forestry members, and update all of you on the issue of family forest land continuity. My name is Bonnie Shoemaker, and I am the Northwest landowner representative on the Committee for Family Forest Lands. My husband and I own and care for 160 acres in Washington County. We are active members of Oregon Small Woodlands Association and its county chapter, Washington County Small Woodlands Association, of which I am president. Our tree farm is certified under the American Tree Farm System. We are particularly pleased that in 2017, we were able to expand our tree farm to its original 160-acre homestead, and we are currently working on writing a history of the property since it was homesteaded in 1886. Most of our trees are young, under 20 years. Their maturity will happen beyond our lifetime, and we would love for this little piece of heaven to remain in our family for many generations. Today, I thank the Board of Forestry for the opportunity to update you on the Committee for Family Forest Lands focus area in regards to maintaining family forest land continuity. Oregon's land use laws were written in 1973 to provide needed statewide protection for farm and forest land. Goal 4 of the land use laws covers forest land. The goal begins, quote, to conserve forest lands by maintaining the forest land base and to protect the state's forest economy, unquote. This protection of forest land has been successful. 98% of Oregon's forests have been retained since 1974, certainly something to applaud. These forest lands provide clean air, water, habitat, jobs, and help fight climate change. This success has been accomplished by restricting development, but new issues have arisen for both forest and farmlands and aging ownership. According to the OFRI publication, Oregon Forest Facts 2019-2020, family forest land owners own and care for 3.6 million acres of Oregon's forest land, about 35% of Oregon's privately owned forests. The 2004 Family Forest Land Survey done for OFRI by CFM Research states that half the owners are 65 or older. 4 of every 10 are women. Many have owned their land for over 25 years. In both farm and forest, the upcoming issue of intergenerational transfer is huge. The Committee for Family Forest Lands sees a need to provide an incentive to help make this transfer successful. Land that is zoned for agricultural use has a tool to deal with this. A second dwelling is allowed for a family member on the same lot or parcel as the owner. Goal 3 of Oregon's land use laws covers agricultural land and has allowed this from the beginning, quote, if the farm operator does or will require the assistance of the relative in the management of the farm, unquote. The thought was that farmers might need daily help on the land. Since this option for a second dwelling was already in place, it was easy to apply it to the emerging intergenerational issue. Goal 4 for forest land excluded the second dwelling from the very beginning. Perhaps we did not make a big enough argument about the importance of management of forest land. The Committee for Family Forest Land feels that giving forest land owners the option to have extended families live together on their land would help create a seamless intergenerational transfer. We recognize that small woodland parcels tend to be near the wildland-urban interface, making them vulnerable for development, but also accessible for a family member to pursue a career while living on the land and learning forest management. As they age, forest land owners find they cannot do the work they used to do. The next generation can help fill in the slack and be prepared for the orderly transfer of land and management. Growing and managing forest land takes generations. Trees grow slowly. Ties to the Land attempts to address the intergenerational transfer issue, but not having the option of living on the land is an obstacle. The second dwelling option would be another tool. The Committee for Family Forest Land realizes that ODF and the Board of Forestry have been strong proponents of land use laws and their success. We also realize that allowing a second dwelling for a family member is an issue that needs to be addressed by the Oregon legislature. Currently, House Bill 2469 addresses this issue in the 2019 legislative session. The second dwelling for a relative would be on the same lot or parcel and no more than 200 feet from the existing primary dwelling. There is no land division. The second dwelling must pass fire-safe regulations, and only forest land that already qualifies for a dwelling would be eligible. We appreciate the opportunity to inform the Board of Forestry of this incentive for maintaining family forest land continuity. Thank you.
Thank
you. Chair Imonson, State Forest Authority, and the Board of Forestry. My name is Jim James. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Small Woodlands Association. And because of the great work that the Committee for Family Forest Land has done, OSWA has sponsored a bill in this legislative session, House Bill 2469, a copy of the bill. It's a one-page bill. It's relatively simple. And again, the purpose is to allow a second dwelling on a property, providing there is a relative that would like to live on the property. And the primary goal is succession planning. And it's clear that without some type of a succession planning process, when the original owners of the property are no longer capable of managing the property, or if they pass, and the property sold, it's unlikely that the management of that property will continue to be the same as the previous owner, and conversion to another use is very common. The bill is relatively simple. First of all, to comply for the second dwelling, you have to be a relative, and we use the same definition of a relative in the agricultural law that requires the same on agricultural land. Bonnie mentioned it has to be within 200 feet of the existing dwelling. The goal there is to be on the same footprint. And one concern of dwellings on property are during a wildfire. And so the intent is that in a wildfire situation, the complications of a home being there would be minimized because it's right there on the same footprint. The second dwelling would continue to be in the ownership of the property. The property would not be changed to where a second dwelling would be on a separate piece of property. One issue has come up is what happens to the second dwelling once things change. And the dwelling would not be removed, and it would be conceivable that the owner could rent that facility to a non-relative. That's not the intent of the bill, but once it's built, it would be inconceivable to have that building removed. In all likelihood, another relative could occupy that. And so that is one, I brought it up because that's an issue that has come up multiple times about this bill. And again, the goal is to help in the management of the property, help facilitate succession planning, and we believe prevent the conversion of forest land to other uses, and there are lots of ways for that to happen. Thank you.
Real.
Am I good? Chair Imeson, members of the board. For the record, Marielle Darzin, staff attorney for 1000 Friends of Oregon. We're a statewide land use organization. We've been in existence since 1974. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I really appreciate it. Our organization really appreciates the work that Department of Forestry and the board is doing to protect our forest lands pursuant to Goal 4. So we're happy to be here and participate with you. I apologize, I've had a whirlwind couple of days. I was saying earlier today, I have visited the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and now the executive branch in the last 48 hours. So if I start arguing like an attorney, I apologize. That was yesterday. I am happy to be here, and I was able to visit with the CFF on this issue about a month or so ago, and I really appreciated hearing from them on this issue, and was able to bring this back to our leadership and talk about the concept and the issue of succession planning. And we're definitely very sensitive to that issue because we understand the importance of keeping forest land in contiguous large blocks, which is part of Goal 4, and also in the hands of folks that are interested in doing forest management into the future. We definitely appreciate that. I think that we are really, both for farmland and forest land, interested in looking at sort of the whole picture of succession planning and what that looks like, and a variety of tools that we think could be useful to address that, whether it's long-term conservation easements or permanent conservation easements or forest management plans, or land use changes. So we're definitely happy to talk about that. One of the things that's a little challenging about land use law is going back and changing what's already there for the future. We're limited to some degree by Measure 49 and some of those concerns, but also just land use is kind of technical, and the scheme that's in place was put there for a reason, and unwinding that is challenging. So just to the extent that we've been reviewing this bill, when I first heard about it, I think it's a great idea because I love the fact that it's tied to a minimum lot size that's large. And I like that it's consistent with what happens on farmland. I think that's great. I think what our concern is that there's already an existing dwelling entitlement on forest land that we've had a hard time with, and that's the forest template dwelling. And we've been working to try to that's a dwelling entitlement that's not tied to active forest use. And so that's been problematic for us because we've seen a lot of small scale rural subdivisions crop up because of the complicated nature of that entitlement. So in an ideal world, we would get rid of that one and put this one in. That is much easier said than done, as I have learned over the last couple weeks at the legislature. So I think at this point, we would love to continue to explore the concept. And I think something that would be helpful for us just learning about this is kind of to hear more about how this works in practice with succession on forest land. I'm really familiar with succession planning in farmland, but I haven't seen it as much with how it works in a family who's doing active timber management and how that might look on the ground on a day-to-day. And I think for some of our folks, just thinking about what the sort of daily life of somebody who's involved in active timber management and how you bring the next generation into that, I think is something that would be great for the sort of land use community to hear about more. So we look forward to working more on this in the future, and we thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you.
Well, I guess in closing, the very able or our able facilitator, Kyle, brought this idea up a few months ago as we started fleshing out 2469 and said, well, maybe we should have somebody from Thousand Friends in to see what they think. And I thought it was a great idea. And as you might expect, maybe some of our interest runs counter, but I believe there's something in the middle that we can both settle on. And I think you've probably seen that they've come out with a report on wildland fire. I don't mean to harp on this, but I think it's the biggest issue we have going right now. It's great to have Muriel help us with this and to see how we can collaborate on this. And we know there's the template drawing issue on parcels and on ADUs. So if there's any other questions, we're all here to answer. We'll stay here as late as you need to and to help out on anything you need. And to know that we are your research arm and get out reports and white papers on any subjects dealing with forest land, family forest lands.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah. I would first just want to salute you on what you're trying to do. It's great. But I have a few questions, and I think your bill probably needs some work. Specific concerns that I would have, one was what Jim mentioned about what I'm worried, I guess I'm being the cynic here, but I'm worried about the people who would try to use this for purposes other than just succession planning, whether they would really just be trying to create a rental property for income and or make the property more valuable in preparation for a sale. And since you've heard that criticisms, I'm curious as to why it seems like it would be relatively easy. I know on the renting, even if there was a 5-year limitation or something like that, that would slow down those people who would have the less than honorable intentions here of making this actually work for the people who need it for succession. The other thing that just occurs to me is, and I don't know, you guys could tell me, on the west side of Oregon, how many acres of good productive forest land does it take for a family or two families to make a living from? And so I would be more interested to see this have a limitation of whatever number of acres that is considered to be a reasonable number of acres, and in properties that are smaller than that, where it's really ridiculous to think that a family could actually be making a living from it, would not be included here. Because what you're really trying to do is make succession more viable for people who are just like with farmers, who are making their living in agriculture. Am I right? So those are just some thoughts. I think, you should proceed here, but I think you're going to have to deal with a few issues like this if you're going to get it through the legislature.
No, and you're absolutely right. We have tossed around the acreage, and obviously would want to be a part of the rulemaking process once this was passed into law. There's a lot of things to flesh out, and the acreage was one of the biggest ones, and we were leaning towards a higher acreage so that it would not be 5-10 acre parcels,
right?
Because that clearly, and I know from 44 years of experience in the woods, once you get 2 or 3 houses on smaller parcels, there's no more timber cutting.
Right.
By the time the utilities and the driveways and the barn, the chicken coop and the heifer hut, you've got it covered, and nobody wants to cut any trees. Yeah, clearly. And then the other thing that we've had many ideas that have come up. We wanted to move it forward to this body, but ideas of a management plan, a timber management plan that would also have some covenants in it for the use of this building. So that somebody was going, okay, looks like I can, I've got some real estate potential here and I'll do this. Oh, wait a minute, there's a 15-year limit on this, or 10 years, or, what we, come up with as a rule. So there's a lot of different things we'd like to make be factors to not just the, yes, you can put a second dwelling in, but wait a minute, you have to meet these. Fire safe construction and defensible space would be imperative. Back to fire, the Paradise Fire, there was an article in the Washington Post about a couple who had just completed their house in October, late in October, and the fire was November 8th, and the fire went around their house. And they complied with every different standard for fire safe construction. So though that's imperative, and water supply, access, all of those things that help us. So yes, absolutely. We agree
It's
with
never
you.
easy, right?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, and we'll take that to heart.
Jim, I'd like to comment on the number of acres to be able to make a living off your forest land is much larger than most family woodland owners own. In fact, very few family woodland owners rely on their forest for their livelihood. But there's a fair amount of work required to managing a forest, controlling invasive species, doing thinning, keeping the forest healthy, doing a salvage. So there's a lot of manpower required to manage a 40-acre parcel, for example. And probably the average age of, most Oswald members is beyond the retirement age. Right. And so oftentimes those folks need some assistance just for the management of their forest.
Jim, I think I think that's a valid point. And, so probably something needs to be created that recognizes both that reality and the reality that you don't want a whole bunch of more homes on 10-acre parcels. Yeah, point taken. Okay. Thank you.
Brenda has a question.
Yeah, a question, and at my age, I should probably be thinking about this more than I have been, so thank you for this. So if a parcel is zoned forest land now and the owner dies, is there a risk of having it be rezoned into something else? Or is it going to stay forest land but by some other owner after the estate is settled?
I would pass that one to Marielle. I think she could probably, from the legal point, give a better answer.
Yeah, most likely it will stay in forest land. It is a fairly difficult process to get your land rezoned to something other than forest. So most likely, unless the county is taking an active interest in changing that area, it probably will stay forest. On a smaller lot, something like less than 10, somebody might be able to come in and say, I can't make this work. It's not productive and I want to switch it to residential. They might be able to do that, but it's a pretty challenging process.
So I appreciate the succession planning piece and keeping it in the family, but the risk of having it go to some other land use, though, seems less.
Yeah,
is that correct?
One of the primary land use changes is to agriculture. A lot of lands have been converted to vineyards that were forest land. Mm-hmm. And the conversion of forest to agriculture is a relatively simple process. You just say, I want to do it, and you do so.
Okay.
So that's the major challenge.
But the person, the niece, nephew, son, daughter who lives in that second home could also make that decision, could they not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
However, the likelihood, once they've lived on the property and have a passion for it, the likelihood of that, we believe, is relatively low. But absolutely,
Yeah, okay.
every landowner has that option anytime they want it.
Thank you.
I think another thing to consider, you could, the heirs could sell the land to somebody else who bought it as forest land. But they might not know anything about managing forest land. Just an anecdotal thing, we had a friend who bought a piece of forest land out in Oregon, but couldn't move out for a couple of years. And when he finally got here, he said, I didn't realize what a mess you could make of your forest in a couple of years with nobody taking care of it. So the continual care, I think, is something that you'd have a higher probability of happening if it was a.
I appreciate that. And that's kind of a long philosophical discussion that we don't have time for now, but some people choose not to manage their forest, and that's their choice. So, I mean, it's everybody has those choices. So, thank you.
Well, I think it's great that Thousand Friends is working with Committee for Family Forest Lands in Oshawa to try to address this issue. And I think just encourage you to keep that going and see what you can come up with that would be able to move forward. So.
Could I just add a comment that initially, before we reached out to 1,000 Friends, there was this perception that we would be at odds with one another.
Right.
But I have to compliment Mariel and the openness to try to find a solution that works for everyone. So appreciate their willingness to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm very supportive and very pleased. This has gotten further than we've ever seen this concept being developed in Committee Family Forest. I think you've heard some good suggestions here. I think there was an attempt to limit it to greater than 80 acres, but there may be under 780, right? Is 80 acre, but there's lots of exceptions under that as well, which it gets to the point of how challenging this can be when you're trying to do something within the land use laws. So I would really encourage you to continue to, find a solution. And I encouraged you the last time, or encouraged the CFF the last time, to come back to the board if you developed a legislative concept. And I would encourage now CFF and Thousand Friends, if you can come up with a joint solution. I think there's a really good chance at the board, because we believe in keeping forest land in forest and support of family forest land. At the same time, we've been very strong proponents of land use law. So thank you.
So I need to repeat what I said earlier today, that pursuant to ORS 192-660-2H, the board will now meet in closed executive session. The purpose of the session will be to confer with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. And we will adjourn the full board meeting directly after the executive session is done. So as I said before, we won't be coming back into this room, and we appreciate the participation of all those who came today. And
yes, we'll be meeting in the Clatsop room.
Okay.
And so 5 minutes, we'll get started.
Sure.
Yeah. Where is Matt here? That's right.